Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Legislative Committee on Senior Citizens, Veterans, and Adults with Special Needs. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege. I was on the 15 and there was a pretty bad accident. Looked like one 18-wheeler flipped over and was on its side, and there was sand down, so there must have been some oil spillage, and I saw at least 3 cars that had been impacted. Ambulances were there, but I don't know what happened, but I just want to take a few minutes just at the beginning to, whoever you believe in, let's say some words for the people who were involved, because it looked like it was pretty bad. Alrighty. I'd like to announce to everyone who is here and who is watching us, we also have ACL interpreters here, and that is wonderful. I think we have several here, so they won't get tired. They won't get tired during the meeting. So, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Krasner.
Here.
Vice Chair Brown May.
Here.
Assemblyman De Silva. Assemblyman Gray.
Here.
Chair Spearman.
Here, and please mark Assemblyman De Silva present once he gets here. As you all may know, he also teaches school, so he'll be here in about 10:30. And so with that, let's go with some housekeeping measures. Remind everyone to please silence all of your electronics, especially phones and laptops, during this meeting. For members joining online, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking, but leave your camera on. The committee will meet 4 times during the interim, and Las Vegas will serve as our primary meeting location and video conferencing to Carson City. Members and presenters are encouraged to participate from whichever location is most convenient. If you wish to testify in person, please sign in at the table by the door and leave a business card. If you do not wish to testify, you may also want to sign in so that there is a record of who is interested in a particular topic, and in the event the committee needs to contact you later. When testifying in person, please turn the microphone on to speak and speak directly into the microphone. And please use a voice that's somewhere between your inside and outside voice, because if you speak too softly, the people who are listening to us online will not be able to hear you. Please remember that NRS 218E.085 provides that a person who knowingly misrepresents any fact when testifying in a hearing or proceeding before a House committee or in communications to a legislator primarily during that hearing or proceeding is guilty of a misdemeanor. We have a public comment period at the beginning and at the end, and public comment is limited to 2 minutes per speaker. And just so that those of you who may be new to this process, we do not comment during public comment. We listen and we may take notes, but we don't make comments. In addition to testifying in person, members of the public may provide public comment in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. You can provide public comment by calling 888-475-4499, then entering the meeting ID number, which is 893-8557-9814, and then press pound. You can email comments to seniorvet@lcb.state.nv.us. Mail written comments to the Research Division, 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada 89701, and faxing 775-684-6400. And all of this information is available on our website. So before we get started, let's go straight to public comment. Do we have anyone here in Las Vegas? Anyone up north?
My name is Larry.
Thank you, and begin when you're ready.
Yeah, my name is Larry Daly. A study in the American Journal of Public Health shows that people with autism have an average lifespan of 36 years. A lot of them die because they do not get the help that they need. I told a Department of Health and Human Services official that a family member is not getting the services that she needs from the Aging and Disability Services Division. He acknowledged the state was probably in violation of the law and said the Aging and Disability Services would probably take 10 years to fix its management problems. My family member is 26 years old. Her statistical life will be over before the ADSD, according to that official, fixes its management problems. She could die in 10 years. She hasn't ever received all of her services, and certainly not all of them in the last year. The state knows this. It could be, perhaps inadvertently, killing her and others. There is already a statute, 435.430, that says the ADSD should ensure continuity in the care and treatment of persons with intellectual disabilities in this state. But there's no enforcement mechanism for that law. There are no consequences for failing to provide continuity of care for people like my family member. And 435.430 seems to be an underfunded mandate. It requires continuity of services, but not ensure that there will be sufficient funding for those services. My family member does not want to be a charity case, and she does not want to die. She has a college degree. She can contribute to the economy. She is wonderful, and she needs help, and I need her to live. Please act to keep people like her alive and productive. Please pass legislation that puts oversight and funding into the laws. Nobody should ever hear from a state official that their family member with autism might take 10 years to get the services she needs and therefore might die before the management and funding problems are fixed. In coming into this meeting, I see you're going to hear later on the people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. About more than 500 of them are on a wait list for services. Now, this is the department's reporting. This is from the people who don't want you to hear the bad news. I'm guessing if you looked at all the services that are supposed to be delivered, that number might be tripled. Thank you. Please address this issue.
Anyone else? Broadcaster, is there anyone on the phones?
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Let's give it a few more minutes, okay? Okay, still no one?
Chair, there are still no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. We will move now to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting in March 26, 2024. Members of the committee, are there any questions regarding the minutes? North? I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the committee meeting on March 26, 2024.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop.
Second.
Have a second from Vice Chair Brown May. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
nay. And the motion carries unanimously. Agenda item number 4, presentation on the quality of life of individuals and workplace equality and other equal rights for the LGBTQ plus adults with special needs. And I believe we have Mr. Andre Wade, State Director for Civil State Equality, with us. And so welcome, Mr. Wade. And begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. How do I know which one's mine? Oh, I think number 4. There we go. This is my first time doing this here, so I got to figure it out. Okay, there we go. So thanks for having me here today. As mentioned, my name is Andre Wade, and I am the State Director for Silver State Equality. We are a statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization here in Nevada. Our mission is to bring the voices of LGBTQ+ people and our allies to the institutions of power to create a world that is healthy, just, and fully equal. So we do that by trying to pass pro-equality laws here in Nevada and Washington, D.C., and advancing civil rights and social justice issues for the LGBTQ+ community, and then working on public education and advocacy on a myriad of issues. So to give you like a brief snapshot of the work that we do just in general that's intersectional and looking at a lot of different life domains of, of the LGBTQ+ community, like we focus on youth. And so we have a youth and out-of-home placement work group that focuses on children in foster care, juvenile justice, and experiencing homelessness. And we tackle looking at AB 99 and 180 that was passed in 2017 to ensure the implementation of those laws. Most recently, we were able to secure $200,000 for a statewide study on youth homelessness, including LGBTQ+ youth, to better have a sense of the prevalence of the issue so we can solve the issue of homelessness with housing and other interventions. We also have a student advisory council that most recently did a statewide survey to find out the challenges of students, LGBTQ+ students, particularly in high school. And the report, as you can imagine, found that a lot of young people are still experiencing a lot of bullying. They don't feel like they have support of school counselors and administrators, and want more training of staff and administrators. So there might be trainings in place, but they might not be that long or not that well. And at the end of the day, we have these young people that are being impacted. We've also done work on public health around COVID-19, Mpox, and HIV, making sure that this particular community across the state has the education about the various diseases, that interventions are flown to them, that they're getting the information in a way that's applicable to them through community centers, through trusted messengers. And with HIV being a disease, communicable disease that impacts everyone, regardless of orientation or gender identity, we try to ensure that people have the tools available to get the resources that they need. However, when it comes to HIV, and I'll talk about this a little later, when it comes to older adults, there is very little information that helps support people who are looking to solve the issue and provide supports for older adults with HIV. And you can even say that for people with special needs. Also, we've done a lot of work around transgender issues, implementing non-discrimination protections in healthcare and in the juvenile and the justice side as well, through different laws. And lastly, we do some advocacy around seniors, people who are differently abled, and vets on a statewide level, policy level, and federal level. And so today I'll mention intersectionality a few times. Intersectionality is a term to describe how things like your gender, your race, your class, and other characteristics like your romantic orientation, veteran status, and abilities really intersect and overlap, creating unique situations, opportunities, and barriers for people at certain times, instances, and moments in their lives. So if you think about someone's their abilities, their veteran status, their sexual orientation, gender identity, all of these create unique experiences for people. And so some people might be on their face similar by race, but if you look at other intersectional characteristics of folks, that's where the differences lie. And so when we talk about inclusion of LGBTQ+ people, the goal is to have pre-existing or new policies, programs, outreach efforts to include LGBTQ+ people. It's not necessarily about creating things that are terribly new, and it's not about us having special or more rights than others. It's about having equality and being equally thought about when programs are being created, when outreach is being done, when policies are being developed. And we want that to be throughout various life domains, so in education, health and well-being overall, finance, et cetera. I'm going to speak a little bit about ways in which we could be a little bit more inclusive for the LGBTQ plus community. Largely here in Nevada, we have some really great laws that are pretty innovative compared to other states across the nation. We even do pretty well when it comes to organizations and nonprofits being mindful of LGBTQ plus people, but we are also struggling with making sure that the great laws that we have and some of the practices on the ground are really felt by people in real time, especially for those who are in rural communities and frontier communities, and particularly those who are transgender. And so when it comes to being inclusive to legislation, policies, and regulations, it could be when we're talking about different demographics or classes of people, age, race, geography, to also include sexual orientation, gender identity, or LGBTQ plus people, or gender minorities, sexual minorities, as protected classes, or as being mindful of this is what a program is intended to also include. And we encourage the language to be explicit in including LGBTQ plus people and not just make assumptions. Same for programs, practices, and outreach. Often programs are designed without considering LGBTQ plus people. And then if you think about LGBTQ plus people not being considered, you have to think about those who are considered without there being consideration for any other characteristics that they might have. So we're kind of missing these opportunities. When we talk about health, we have a lot of people who are able to access medication and health insurance nowadays, but when they go to the doctor, they may feel discriminated against because their providers aren't trained up on LGBTQ plus competencies. So if that happens and people face discrimination while seeking healthcare, then they might be more likely to not seek healthcare in the future until there's a big issue that they're dealing with. And with professional development, often people feel that they've been through enough trainings that we don't want to mandate or require professionals to have more trainings that's particularly for LGBTQ plus people. But when you have the knowledge that the people that you're interacting with could be or are from the LGBTQ plus community, and there's special considerations about the unique experiences of LGBTQ plus people, then when people are trained up, then they can better care for people when they're accessing services and treatment. And as much advancements that we've made in the area of the equality movement, it's still transgender folks who are often excluded still when we come to policymaking or programmatic efforts, or even just recognizing their existence in the first place. And so if we have about 5% of the population, adult population in Nevada as LGBTQ, and then about 1 to 2% transgender, those are thousands of people that are not really thought about when legislation is being created, when programs are being created and outreach is done that can impact and improve their quality of life overall. So in the areas of the workplace, it's kind of a way you can think about how people start a job and think about these areas where inclusion of LGBTQ plus people can be involved. And so when we talk about recruitment of people in the workforce, having information about the jobs being directed at like community centers for LGBTQ plus people who are more likely to see that job description, and the hiring practices, making sure that there are LGBTQ plus people who are being hired that can then provide information about how to solve these issues around being inclusive to clients and folks that are involved in different systems and programs. And creating a welcoming workplace is done by non-discrimination policies, but also creating a sense of belonging for LGBTQ plus people, so that they feel that they are not only in the workplace and supported, but also that they belong there. They want to stay there and be contributing to the overall organization. And you want to have these promotions and retentions in place, because right now you can see that LGBTQ plus people are more likely to live in poverty. And in that, studies show that they're also more likely to work more overtime and more hours, but then also have risk of losing a source of income over time compared to their non-LGBTQ plus peers. And so when it comes to the workplace, there's ways to get people involved in working, and there's a way to get them involved in staying on the job, but then also paying a livable wage. So they're moving from not only earning 90% of median income, but actually the full 100% of a median income of a particular area. One way to include LGBTQ plus people in things that are already existing is to look at these plans that already exist. And so instead of like reinventing some special program for LGBTQ plus people, you can really just take what's either already in place and see where there's gaps and where LGBTQ plus people don't exist in those plans, or in the beginning, make sure that LGBTQ plus people are already included. And so there was a bulletin to this committee back in 2022 that talked about these different items on the screen there. And there is no mention of LGBTQ plus people in the thinking behind like what's needed for these particular programs. And so now there is a program called RISE out of UNLV with Dr. Jason Flatt in collaboration with a university, I think Emory University and University of Tennessee, Knoxville, that specifically addresses LGBTQ plus dementia and caregivers of LGBTQ plus people. And that is something that can be looked at to help better inform the plans and information that are being developed at the state level. When we look at support for services for vets and military spouses, there's about 1 million people that identify approximately as LGBTQ plus who are veterans and who then have military spouses. And there are opportunities there to ensure that this population is receiving the services that they deserve. And so you have the removal of LGBTQ plus veterans from the military and them not getting their resources that are available to them and otherwise, because they have the dishonorable discharges. And so we're working to make sure that folks who left the military because of dishonorable discharges, because of their identity, can then have those benefits available to them. Because again, these are like potentially 500,000 people who fall into that category. When we look at proposals to assist vulnerable adults, again, there's no mention of LGBTQ plus people. When we talk about guardianship laws, the laws that are in place almost assume that there are no LGBTQ plus considerations. And so those are things that we're looking to solve when people are looking out into creating programs and outreach efforts. And for homelessness, when you looked at, a couple of years ago, we looked at the Interagency Council on Homelessness strategic plan, and there was just one mention of LGBTQ plus people in the entire plan. But if you think about the estimates of youth, which is 20 to 40% of the population are LGBTQ plus and a certain other percent for adults, then we're looking at an entire strategy to solve youth homelessness overall that doesn't include LGBTQ plus people. And so we, with the help of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, were able to add a lot more information in the strategic plan, so there could be a roadmap to better ensure that when people are looking at a strategic plan and how they want to solve an issue, that there's resources, interventions, and thought behind how to solve the issue for the LGBTQ plus community. Same thing for the Nevada State Plan for Aging. There is just probably one mention of LGBTQ plus people in the 2018 to 2024 plan. So when the new plan is being developed, there is an opportunity to be inclusive. I met with the aging department, I think it was in December or January of this year, with a national organization called SAGE. And they recognized that they have not, the State Department has not included LGBTQ plus people in the plan in and of itself and in its outreach efforts. And so they hope to be able to solve for that, because if they don't, then there's going to be a lot of missed opportunities for this particular population. And kind of the same thing for the different state plans on HIV. You will see the mention of LGBTQ plus people as it relates to HIV, especially men who have sex with men. But when you talk about older populations, there's a missed opportunity to think about people who are older living with HIV, because now that HIV is not the quote unquote death sentence that it was from the 80s and 90s, people are living longer. And so we have to think about interventions and resources that are available to people who are older, people living with HIV. And one plan that, one department that's done a really good job of being more inclusive is the Nevada Office of Minority Health and Equity. I think their first plan in 2022 and then this current plan in 2023, a report of minority health for the state of Nevada is very explicit in including LGBTQ plus information, and even around diseases like heart disease and cancer. And it really shows a breakdown of the prevalence of these diseases as it relates to someone's sexual orientation and gender identity, which is huge. And so that's really something that's really innovative and progressive for a state report from a particular department. And so, yeah, overall, we do well with our laws here in Nevada, but when you look at state plans and efforts, the mention of LGBTQ plus people are not there. We have about 5% of adults who identify as LGBTQ plus in the state of Nevada. And so there's a huge population out there that is being missed. The National Transgender Organization recently did a national study of transgender folks. They surveyed about 92,000 people and asked them about their health, income, and just in 2015, they had some Nevada-specific information. I'm sure that in a few years they'll get the data to have Nevada-specific information for 2022. But it really just shows how much people who are transgender are going to the doctor, how often they have health insurance, what their mental health is like. And so if we can take this information and flow it into the different departments at the state level and at the community level, then there's a way for us to continue to solve the issues of including LGBTQ plus people to address quality of life that isn't necessarily at the legislative level. And I will end there to see if there are any specific questions or reflections that you might have for me.
Thank you. Committee members, questions? Questions? Questions up north?
Madam Chair, I do have a quick question. I want to go back to
Okay.
the
Was that Assemblyman Gray?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, it's Assemblyman Gray. I
Okay,
apologize.
yeah.
And thank you again for letting me zoom in. Some special family issues, so thank you. Sir, I'd like to question your characterization of discharges. I mean, it's a bad situation. However, I don't want to make it seem worse than it actually is. As some of the committee members know, you can only get a honorable discharge via a court martial. So I'd like to really know what those discharges were. Were they general under other than honorable, which is a characterization, it's not actually a bad, but like bad conduct discharge or a dishonorable. And also the numbers you gave of 1 million, how many of those are actually, in Nevada? And, this is something I'm actually, believe it or not, pretty passionate about. I want to get fixed. And we discussed this last meeting about how a lot of these folks could go back and get their discharges upgraded to an actual honorable, especially given the new, the new way in which, we're reviewing, viewing these situations. I had some very good friends that were put out and, broke my heart. But I want to make sure we're getting, when we're presenting facts, I want to make sure they are facts. So I'd like.
Did we lose him? Okay. Looks like the feed might have stopped, but Mr. Wade?
Yeah, this is Andre Wade for the record. I can find out as much as I can what the Nevada specific data is for that population.
I'm sorry, go on.
I'm sorry, just going to say, nationally, the estimates are that there's 1 million vets who identify as LGBTQ+, and then a portion of those who are been dishonorably discharged.
So NRS 417.121 is legislation that was passed. It requires NDVS director to do outreach to LGBTQ and veterans. The difficulty in trying to make sure that we have captured those who have been affected by that is that many of them have just kind of gone along their way. And a lot of veterans don't think that they are a veteran unless they retired. So I'm going to ask you, and I did talk with the new Director Devine, but asked her to work with as many agencies as possible to make sure we're capturing them. And that would also include whenever you have an event, making sure that somebody from NDVS is there, set up a table or do whatever you need to do, but to work very closely. And to Assemblyman Gray's point, dishonorable would come with a court-martial, but in the very early days before DADT, like in the 80s or the 70s, they were just kicked out. They were asked, and whether they said yes or not, they were just kicked out, and usually a discharge that was characterized as dishonorable. So if you work very closely with NDVS, we might be able to find out who that person or those persons are. Assemblyman Gray, we're glad to see you back. Did you have additional questions?
No, man, you hit the nail on the head, and I appreciate that. And this is something we need to all work together on to get fixed. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think that connection between you and NDVS is going to be critical. And not just, and I'll say this, not just NDVS here, but because Silver State is very close to California, working with them because we notice that populations now are, very mobile between California, Nevada and California, that sort of thing. Any other questions, committee members? So I just have a couple.
Yeah.
Were you going to say something, Mr. Wade?
No.
Okay,
no,
yeah. So we've got some veterans who are homeless, some who are near homeless. Have you talked at all with anyone from the Nevada State Veterans Home, either north or south, to see what, if any, spaces they might have available, or at least find out what the requirements would be for someone to be eligible to go there?
Andre Wade for the record. I have not. We've been focusing on youth, but I will make a note to do so.
Yeah. And the other thing is we did, I want to say 2017 or 2019, the bill that required HHS to develop cultural competency courses for everyone, and it started with the medical facilities. So do you have a handle on how well that is or is not going? Are there things that we need to do that would make sure that those classes are happening? And do we have any way to follow up? And that was part of what they were supposed to do, follow up and see how that was going.
This is Andre Wade for the record. That's actually a really good question and a point of contention in that it's been really hard to find out which departments are implementing cultural competencies on a regular basis and consistently. So as an example, a little bit different from your question, but with AB 99 that's focused on child welfare, we had to speak to a lot of people on child welfare and juvenile justice side to find out like what trainings that they were being offered and how and by when as it relates to the law. I recently saw where, and I have to find out where it came from exactly, but the requirement for foster parents to have training was going to be from once every year, and through regulation, I think there's a recommendation to move it to just at their intake, the orientation. And so to your particular question about in the healthcare space, I haven't been in those conversations in about a year or so, but there were challenges to find out like how well those trainings were being implemented. And so we'll have to do some research to find out where we're at with things, but that's kind of been a lack of accountability, kind of to the caller's point about his daughter. Like, you have these laws in place, but if there's no accountability, people can just be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And then the trainings don't happen. And then you have advocates who are constantly trying to figure out like where we are with things, and it just becomes a little challenging.
I'm not sure what the breakdown is, but perhaps legal, we need to look and see if there are any loopholes to make sure that that's happening, because it's not just LGBTQ plus individuals, but it's people with disabilities, anyone who's in a marginalized space, making sure that they're getting the type of treatment that they need. So if you'll work with DHHS, we'll take a look and see what needs to happen. And if we need to do a bill next session that tightens that up, then we'll do that. Okay? I had one more question. Have you talked, you had some things on one of the slides, you talked about dementia, Alzheimer's, and that sort of thing. Are you familiar with Dr. Wendt over at Louisville Clinic for Brain Health?
I am, just underway for the record, I am not. I float that to Dr. Jason Flatt, who's been leading this area. Trying to find it. Oh, there we go. But I'm sorry, what was her name again? Their name again?
Dr. Wendt, W-I-N-D-T.
Okay.
And he gave us a presentation. Louisville is associated with the Cleveland Clinic as well, and that might be a very good resource when you're talking about people who are in Alzheimer's and with dementia and those sorts of things. So I would encourage you to do that. I don't think I saw it and heard it, but there are some statistics that are pretty alarming with respect to suicide, especially LGBTQ plus who are over 50, and many who have diseases or disabilities that keep them kind of isolated. Are you all partnering with anyone to, like, there's times of the year when it's more prevalent than not, like between Thanksgiving and New Year's? You're partnering with anybody to maybe develop some type of a social program or some type of event that they could come to, or and I'm not saying, something that would be, cost a lot, but I'm thinking in California last December, I think it was, September, they had a meeting, Doretha Williams-Flournoy had a meeting and invited seniors in the LGBTQ community to come, and they spent a day workshop, games or whatever else, and that kind of helped to connect them. So you all doing anything like that? Because sometimes they can fall off the radar because they're already isolated.
Andre, wait for the record. That is not part of our work, but I think the LGBTQ plus center in Southern Nevada and in Reno, our center, I think they'd be poised to really solve that issue by creating programming for those folks. And we can definitely partner with them on that.
Yeah, and I'd appreciate that, because it would be good if all three of you could come together and these questions that I'm asking, everybody to answer them, and then have one robust plan in place so we could address this. So.
Yeah, Andre, wait for the record. Yeah, those are very good ideas and things that we can implement. And the hope is that these one-off efforts don't end there, because what we're trying to do is create an ecosystem of treatment, care, and support. And so once folks go to an event or a center and they feel supported, but as they navigate their everyday lives, if they're going to institutions that aren't supportive or other mainstream organizations, then that's where there's a rub. And so that's kind of where, when we have like these larger state plans, let's say around dementia, keeping it there. If there can be a lot more explicit information related to the LGBTQ plus community and suicidality and dementia and all these other things, then when people are looking to solve an issue, they can go to a document, which these reports are in place to be a resource. But if the information isn't there, then it's like, well, where do I start? You just start from scratch. And so we can do the one-off events and efforts, but again, we're just really trying to find ways to create ecosystems that are supported by policy, practice, and outreach at different levels. And so we'll need support from our legislators and department heads to help make that happen.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, questions? No questions? Why you all have me ask all the questions? You know they send the questions to me and tell me to ask them, right? Just joking, but any questions up north? We see none. Thank you, sir.
Yes, and I would just like to add quickly, because I didn't really touch on it, though, and when we have young people and adults with special needs, however we want to frame them, we do have to recognize their sexuality, heterosexuality, bisexual, homosexual, whatever it might be. And so often when it comes to these populations, that is a missed opportunity so they can have good sexual health care. And so those are things that I know the LGBTQ plus Center in Southern Nevada has tried to tackle from time to time, but I just really want to emphasize that that's a need, and I believe that Senator thinks so as well. So I'm just putting that out there on the record, and we will do work with RISE, with UNLV, and Rural Center to see where we can make those connections and address some of the veterans issues that you mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you. And while you're looking at intersections, it would be great if all the people in that ecosystem would look at integration.
Immigration?
And integration.
Oh, integration.
All the activities, programs, resources, et cetera. It would be great if they could just, put one word in or no wrong door. Wherever they land, somebody there would know what else, is available. So.
Yeah, I agree. The underway for the record. I don't know if my presentation really got at that, but that's really what I was trying to speak to. So I agree with you 100%.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wade.
All right, thank you again. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we will go to agenda 8. Agenda item, yes, I'm looking right at it. Agenda item 8. Overview of State of Nevada Association of Providers and barriers that prevent accessibility for persons with developmental disabilities. Thank you. Mr. Boyack, please begin when you are ready.
It does have sound. Okay, all right, give us just one. So, but the video has sound. I'm not sure if that is working. So, okay. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. My name is Nate Boyack. For the record, I'm on the executive committee of the State of Nevada Association of Providers, also known as SNAP. I'm also the executive director of Bringing About Independence, which is a residential services provider here in Las Vegas. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about people with developmental disabilities, both in the residential and in the jobs and day training setting. I would like to start off the presentation today with a short video that gives a little bit of background about the services that we provide as agencies and organizations. And so we'll see if the sound works.
The day-to-day of a person's life at home includes meals, laundry, chores, activities, laughing, and learning. The objective of the caregivers is to keep the individuals safe and progressing towards their goals of becoming independent. Having staff who are rested and who have the energy and enthusiasm to carry out activities, to run plans, to work through difficult days, and to still stay positive is key. Individuals who are given consistent care flourish. Meet Cassie and Cece, twin sisters who are working on their goals of independence.
We get up at 5 a.m. adding up the calories for breakfast.
The A's are 70 calories, B's are 45 calories, the yogurt's 80 calories. These are 50 calories.
Since the pandemic of March, we've been doing this healthy lifestyle, 1,500 calories.
I was 303 and she was 304.
Yeah, I was 304. And
We lost over 100 pounds. I like how the staff, they help us with our diet. They've come a long way with our diet. They help us.
They do love to cook, so it's constantly teaching them bacteria. After you cook with chicken, make sure while you're cooking, use gloves with the chicken, washing your hands. If you touch your phone while you're cooking, put the phone to the side. I have one, she constantly needs assistance because she does not even know how to boil water. So we're here to teach her.
Well, I just like living here. I love my staff. I love my house manager. They help us get to learn new things, teach us how to be a better person. Dividing price more.
So currently in our program, the 4 ladies that we serve, one of them out of the 4 could possibly live on her own, but also with assistance, probably, check-ins maybe throughout the week. But the 3 other ladies would definitely need ongoing services.
well, November, there was this agency for people with special needs, and I was curious. They said you give money, but I didn't know. They said if you get that money, you have to give them money. At first, I was curious, but I told staff because I felt guilty because that I did something wrong, and then they told me that it's a scammer. I have to be careful not to give personal information out to strangers or people I don't know.
So the 2 ladies that we serve are very high functioning. They're too trusting. And no matter what situation they're in, it's our job to make sure that they cannot trust everybody. And it's a constant battle. This is a very active house. These ladies love to go, go, go. Some of them, cleaning's not important to them. They are more excited about what outing, what dance, their phones, letting them know, hey, there's other things besides your phones. You have doctor's appointments, you have appointments, family.
Okay, you did a great job.
This field is very rewarding. We are serving individuals. They are here for a reason.
Yeah, you did a great job, Cece. Cassie.
It's okay.
And if it wasn't for the staff.
Oh, yeah, the tub looks good. Just want to straighten out the little hanger here, that's all.
We are constantly learning through them, but at the same time, they're constantly learning through us. So if it wasn't for a healthy team, a healthy house,
Thank you.
you wouldn't have a productive house running. These ladies would not be able to function in a normal day life if there wasn't people to help support them.
Pay attention.
Nate Boyack, for the record. I appreciate the opportunity to show you that video. I apologize that we did not have subtitles available. We will actually add that for future presentations. So I would just like to discuss a little bit about our services and some of the challenges that we still face moving forward going into the next legislative session. I would also like to, I failed to recognize that our executive director of our organization of SNAP, Mary Pierzynski, is in attendance up in the Carson City office, and so we appreciate her and her availability today. We've got 2 recommendations that we would like to make to the committee, the first being related to funding, and we really appreciate, you saw the services that we are able to provide to the people with intellectual disabilities in the community and through different jobs and day training. And the last legislative session, thanks to the legislature and the governor's budget, provided for a significantly large rate increase for our direct care employees, which is fantastic. And we are excited to see that implemented starting this month. There were a number of hurdles that we had to move through with Medicaid and payments, and ADSD has been fantastic working with all of the providers and with all the different agencies involved to make that rate increase a reality. So thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated, and it will help tremendously moving services forward. Related to rates and to services, the Nevada Legislature in 2022 generously gave agencies a rate increase to pay their direct support workers more to help with the turnover and vacancy crisis that plagues the industry. We recommend putting in place a cost of living adjustment, a COLA, each budget cycle that takes into consideration inflation and the CPI, so Nevada's disability services do not get behind pay scales again. Maintaining sufficient staff is crucial to ensuring the safety and well-being of the intellectually disabled cared for by the providers represented by SNAP. Maintaining a livable wage for caregivers is imperative to keeping them in the profession. And so this most recent rate increase will allow our providers to pay our staff an average wage of $18 an hour, which is fantastic. And so we just want to ensure moving forward, we've been working with the legislature and the governor's office for years to get our direct care employees, our direct support professionals, to a wage that would be a livable wage. And we just want to ensure moving forward that we're able to continue that with the help of the state of Nevada. There is one note related to the COLA request, and we just want to make sure that the committee and everybody involved is aware that our services are funded by Medicaid. The state administers the service, but the majority of the funding actually comes from the federal government, and it's through the FMAP match, which is the Federal Medical Assistance Percentage. And that percentage ranges anywhere from typically 65, even up to 80%. It kind of moves based on federal regulations and different funding levels available for the state. But in essence, the federal government picks up 2/3 of the cost of all the services. So for every dollar that's spent in the state of Nevada by the state, the federal government reimburses anywhere from 65 to 75% typically for those services. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. The state of Nevada gets great value for every dollar that it spends on services for people with developmental disabilities. I will pause there. Does the committee have any questions related to funding or direct support staff or the services that we provide? I've got one other issue that I'd like to bring up, but I'd just like to see if there's anything before we move on.
Okay, thank you, committee members. And just before we do that, we welcome Assemblyman De Silva. Thank you.
Welcome.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Boyack, for being here to present. I know that you know that this is a personal issue for me and my employer, and what I've spent many, many years supporting is this population of folks with special needs. So I appreciate the information that you've brought. I have relative questions about the direct support professionals that you're talking about. So you noted that the rate increase will help with turnover. Can you talk to us, what is the current turnover rate of direct support professionals, or vacancy rates that providers might be experiencing?
So we have actually, during the pandemic and shortly after, we were seeing turnover rates of up to 140%. of employees. That has since come down. We were able to see a bit of a rate increase this past July. And so that's actually brought our turnover rate down to just under 100. I think we're between 90 and 100. And this is across all agencies that are members of our provider group. And so we have over 20 agencies throughout the state that provide services. So I say under 100, we're happy that it's moving down, but 100% turnover is still not good. And so we anticipate with the rate increase that just recently went into effect, we would see that number come significantly down even more. So honestly, there's always going to be turnover in the jobs and the profession that we work in. Probably a healthy turnover rate would be about 50%. And so we still have a ways to go before we hit that. But our vacancy rate varies just based on the provider. Some providers serve people with more behavioral challenges or medical challenges. And so their turnover or vacancy rate for employees tends to be higher than other providers that don't serve those people who have significant issues and challenges. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for that. And then earlier this morning, we heard public comment from a person who has a family member diagnosed with autism. Would that person, so what's the need? That's the question. What's the need? How do we know, do you know how many people would need this service? And would that person that was described this morning fit into this type of service that you provide?
Nate Boyack for the record. So the current wait lists and that type of information we would need to obtain from ADSD. And so and they have been very forthcoming with our organization as far as where the needs are and where providers would be able to help. The gentleman who testified with the family member who is diagnosed with autism is dealing with significant challenges and barriers to getting services. I would definitely have them continue to work with the state and with the legislature to make sure that those services are available and the providers are available to be able to provide the care necessary to see the success that we all want to see for everybody with special needs and those types of diagnoses.
Thank you. Additional questions? Up north, Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, Senator Gray.
Assemblyman Gray? Did you have a question?
No, ma'am, sorry. I had my mute on. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else up north? Okay, I don't really have a question, just a comment. I really thank everyone who's in that space helping those have a better quality of life. And I know every session we wrangle and wrench our hands trying to make sure we're stretching every penny of the budget. And so let's keep hoping and rest assured that we're working to make sure we make things right and comfortable for folks. Sometimes we don't get all the way to 100, but we might have to get to where you want to go incrementally, but we'll work hard on that. Okay.
Nate Boyack for the record. Madam Chair, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And the last recommendation that I have kind of ties in with housing and some of the issues that we saw in that video. So the two sisters, the two twins, they'd lived together for many years, but one of them had wanted to move to her own apartment for a number of years. And we were actually able to make that happen for her about 6 months ago. She was able to move out into the community, into an apartment with another friend of hers. And so that has been a really exciting and challenging situation for her, but it's been great. But one of the main challenges the providers are running into now is just the availability of housing and the opportunity that we're able to have for landlords and investors and some of these large-scale companies to come in and keep agencies like ours from supporting people with developmental disabilities in the community. SNAP recommends that state legislation to prevent companies and landlords from discriminating against people with developmental disabilities when searching for community housing. SNAP agencies contract with ADSD to provide services for the intellectually disabled individuals throughout the state of Nevada. Recently, increased housing costs and the scarcity of rental properties has made it difficult for individuals with disabilities to obtain appropriate housing. Many property management companies will not consider applications from the individuals we support, nor from the companies that assist them. Recently, one of our provider agencies was forced to move from a home they had been in for over 9 years as the owning entity refused to continue the lease. And so as a SNAP organization and as the executive director of a residential service provider, we found this appalling that there was a company that refused to renew the lease. There was some corporate structure and some liability reasons for the requirement to change the name on the lease to a business name to support 4 individuals to continue to live in the community that lived in this home for over 9 years. The rent was paid on time. Utilities were paid on time. They kept the house up very well. As you can see in the video, the types of homes that our individuals live in are very well kept. We've got direct support professionals there all the time. And the company came back and said that they were unwilling to renew the lease. The individuals that are supported in that home don't qualify financially based on the requirements of the management company. And when asked if the company could co-sign for those individuals, we were told no, that the company was not allowed to co-sign and that there was a notice to vacate that was issued to the organization. And so basically, right before the holidays, these individuals through this company were told that they were going to have to move within 60 days. And so that is one of the challenges that we run into, and we would like to address that with the committee, and we feel that there are federal and state laws and legislation in place already to protect people with developmental disabilities in this situation, but we feel that they may not go far enough, or there may need to be other legislation put in place in order to protect people to continue to live in their homes in the communities.
The federal legislation that you talked about, if you could get that to us so we could take a look at it. And everybody's having a problem with rental because I think it's something like 60% of the houses, well, at least in North Las Vegas, are owned by corporations. So it's no more, very few mom and pop, but let's see what we can do. Yeah, let's see what we can do. I think we have an obligation to do all that we can do. Okay?
Nate Boyack for the record. Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the committee's help and willingness to look into this. We can get you the information for the Federal Fair Housing Act, and then NRS 118, I think, addresses discrimination as well. And we're not necessarily talking about just the financial aspect. ADSD in the state is very generous with helping to find people with developmental disabilities housing and help supplement the costs for that. But it's the actual fact that when we go to apply for the housing that we are being told no, that they will not even consider our application because of the situation that we're in. And so they say they will not rent to corporations, they will not rent to people with developmental disabilities if they don't qualify financially. And so my agency personally had reached out to a number of organizations. So the agency that I described was actually the agency that I'm the executive director for. And so when trying to find another home for these 4 individuals, I reached out to a number of property management companies. We're looking for a 4-bedroom, single-story home, and they're available for rent. So if you look on the market, they're available. We'd reach out, would fill out the online application, would go into the discussions a little bit further, and they say, no, we're not going to even consider your application. We're not going to rent to you. And so that's where it stopped. And so trying to find some legislative backing and some additional force that can be put in place for at least these companies to be mandated to see and recognize our applications for these people. They cannot fill out the applications on their own. Financially, they're on Social Security. They make minimum wage typically, and so they do not qualify. And we understand the financial qualification aspect of it. And so that's where our companies come in and are willing to co-sign the leases. We're able to guarantee the payments to these organizations, but they're still telling us no, that they won't even consider it. And so, Chair, I would be happy to get you any information the committee would desire related to this issue.
Thank you so much. And like I said, we'll do what we can do, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think no more questions.
Thank you
very much.
Nate Boyack for the record. Madam Chair and committee, thank you again, and thank you for the opportunity to move it up a little bit in the presentation today. So appreciate it.
Not a problem. Not a problem. We'll move now to agenda item number 5. Presentation on the implementation of Assembly Bill 252 and policy recommendations on how to improve the accessibility of the museums and historical societies. established by institutions of the Division of Museums and History, Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. And I'm going to turn the gavel over to our vice chair for about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Are we presenting up north? Looks like. Okay. I see you in Carson City. Okay, begin when you're ready.
Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and committee members, thank you so very much for having us here today. My name is Dan Thielen. I'm the administrator of Nevada's Division of Museums and History, which is within the Division of Cultural Affairs. We have a board of museums and history that support us, and with me today is Dora Martinez, board member for us in Carson City. Today, we want to talk just a little bit about AB 252 and what we've done to comply and actually embrace and enhance and try to make this an exceptional place for people to come and visit and spend time. I am a veteran. I'm a parent of a disabled daughter. I'm invested deeply in this, and I understand some of the challenges that we face in our museums and in Nevada as well. Part of our funding comes through general fund. Our admissions fees and train ride fees go into the general fund, and we obligate them and budget them and program them into the yearly operations of the museums. Our other funding comes through room tax through the Division of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. And we have what we feel is a dual responsibility to both support Nevadans in exploring the treasures that belong to them, but also inviting people from all over the world to enjoy those artifacts and treasures. Museums have a unique opportunity to connect and to, in some ways, object-based learning, meaning I can tell you about this water bottle that's here, but until you pick it up and open it up and taste what's inside, you don't really know what I'm talking about. And sometimes in a museum, we can bring out an artifact and we connect with people in a way that may not happen in any other way. I want to share one example.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My son to you, say huya, and the rest of the committee. My name is Dora Martinez, and for all of you that may not know, I am totally blind. I am a very proud mother, a veteran mom, or a military mom, and a grandma. And I'm really interested in bringing my grandkids to the museum, and we just want to be included. Right now it's difficult. As I said, I'm blind and it's not accessible to me, and that's an education that we can offer to our new generation. And so I'm very proud and very happy dance in my heart that Assemblywoman Awesome Cohen sponsored this bill. And I'm so thankful for our director who has a bottle with a question inside, what's in it, that he's so willing to have a universal design with our museum from the very beginning. It's always good and economically sound when we start a project accessible to all from the very beginning, so we don't go back and try to do right. And as you said on your prior statement, I understand that you guys want to do right, and I think it's a relief to hear that from you and most and all of the legislators that wants to do right, because whether we like it or not, as we aged, we all gonna get there. Disability does not discriminate. You could be the richest person on earth, but your hearing might go away, your eyesight might, diminished. You might have some assistance in walking. So if we do this right from the very beginning, I think it saves the state money. And we could be the role model in the United States, like we are in some of our past bill, like the accessibility voting bill, which I will not go to because you guys understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Thielen for the record. In addition to Assembly Bill 252, I just want to share one story that has just kind of thunderstruck me in its impact. We had an event that we had a rail fair in Carson City. We called it the Great Western Steam Up. It was post-COVID. And it turned out to be the #1 ticketed event in Carson City's history. It brought people from all over the planet to Nevada. And my wife and daughter were helping out with things that were going on. And apparently, right after we put this on the internet, somebody in Iowa saw it, and a kid with autism. And he told his mom and dad that summer that's where they were going. And they kind of went, oh, okay, that's where we're going. And over the 4-day event that they stayed in Nevada visiting at the Railroad Museum, we brought in a tremendous amount of equipment. And there's something about when a locomotive starts up, if in any other museum setting we could do the same thing we can do with the locomotive, if we could animate the mastodons that are in the museums and bring them to life. And when the mastodon would take that first step off the plinth and make that thump in front of a kid, they would know more about a mastodon than has ever been written about them. And our locomotives somehow connect in that same fashion. And this family got close to my wife and my daughter. They just migrated there and hung out with my wife. And they said on day 2, we'd love it if my son could, ride in a locomotive, because he hadn't done that. And so my wife says, oh, I know a guy. And so they eventually connected us, and I couldn't get him there. I was so busy. I was so wrapped up with everything that was going on with this event, and I just couldn't get him in there. And finally I knew the day was running out, and it was going to be the last opportunity. And so I looked at this kid. I didn't know where his dad was. He was like 21. And I said, look, we've got to run, because if we don't run, we're going to get bumped into. And so we're going to get stopped, and I'm going to get, and so we just took off. And the locomotive that was in the station, the people that are there are terrific and adaptable. And so I said, hey, you need to make room, or can you make room? And they did, and they got this young man on this train. And so I went off, and I'm going in the chaos of the day, and this man shows up next to me, and he just starts hovering, and he gets closer and closer and closer. And I'm talking to other people, and then finally when I can turn to him, his mouth just starts moving, and he can't say a word. And then a giant tear came down his eye like this, because we made a connection. And museums can do that. And that's our goal with AB 252. So we are grateful for this law. Oddly, we're grateful for a law. We're grateful for the money that's been put into it. We're grateful to have Dora on our Board of Museums and History. Those are some of the requirements of that. We have submitted our ADA package through the executive budget in the CIP process, and I put it in our top 10 list because I think it is so important that we get our museums to where they're accessible to everyone. These are Nevada's treasures. They belong to the people of Nevada, and they belong to all of the people of Nevada, and that's our goal, is to get them into their hands. One of the provisions of AB 252 is that the Legislative Committee on Senior Citizens, Veterans, and Adults with Special Needs needs to assess or needs to study during the interim any issues that exist that limit the ability of persons with disabilities access to the institutions of the division. I invite you to come to the museums, all 7 of them, and let us walk through there, and let us look through somebody else's eyes, and let's help us develop the plan that makes them completely accessible. There is no question in my mind that if we all live long enough, 100% of us will fall into the seniors, well, senior citizens, of course, but we'll all have special needs. We will all deteriorate, and we'll all wish that there was a ramp instead of stairs and an elevator instead of a ramp, and all the things that make our museums accessible. We will be incorporating universal design in everything going forward and make every effort to retrograde our exhibits and the activities of the museum. But going forward, everything that we put down is going to be in place. We have, in the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, we've hired a firm that will help us make our website completely accessible. And so we're in the process of that. So we are in progress on a lot of these things. What I would like to do as a division is there is a baseline of compliance with the law, and I think that's very, very good. But what I would love in our division is that it's exceptional, that the people who come in feel included, that they have a life-changing experience in the museum that enhances some part of the brain, that fires off in a way that gives them meaning, and that we can be part of that. That's my presentation. I can entertain your questions.
Thank you, Administrator, for the presentation. Anyone have questions?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to mention to Dan, Mr. Thielen, and Dora, what a great job they do. And I think I'm going to take you up on your offer this summer and visit each one of your facilities. Bring the kids along and go take a tour. So be ready for that.
Thank you, Assemblyman Gray. I do have a couple of questions, Administrator. First, Dora Martinez, Ms. Martinez, it's beautiful to see you here. I appreciate your participation as a board member and your good work to support folks with disabilities in our community. Administrator, I'm curious to know, one of the parts of this bill authorized the division to be able to apply for grants or donations to specifically address accessibility issues. I'm curious to know, do you have information regarding any grant application that's been submitted as a way to fund some of our improvements?
Dan Thielen for the record. At this time, we have not applied for grants. We are in our budget building cycle, and our staffing is pretty stretched. And while that's a terrible excuse, we are looking on the lookout. It's just tough to pin the tail on the donkey on this one. So
thank you. Okay, thank you for that, Administrator. I appreciate your candor relative to the barriers that you're facing. I'm curious to know, do you have an action plan or priority steps regarding what the number one step will be to improve accessibility, given that we have a number of different communities who are experiencing different types of disabilities? We have a number of folks here who are part of the deaf and hard of hearing community. We have a number of folks here who are part of the blind or low vision community. We have folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We have people who are on the autism spectrum, right? And so knowing that we have this really broad ranging community that all want to access our museums, this being the very first step for us, right? How do we help people who have a visual disability be able to access some of our presentations? Do you have a priority of how we will go about making sure that our museums are more accessible?
Dan Thielen for the record. Thank you for that question. My priority at this time is to make all of our websites accessible for people with visual disabilities. And then going forward, every exhibit that goes in will have to make it universally designed so that it is accessible across the spectrum. And so that going forward, new exhibits get put in that fashion. Of course, the ongoing addressing of ADA access throughout the museum for both staff and for visitors is a critical criteria. It's expensive to do and requires a pretty substantial maintenance tail to ensure that that's happening. We're asking for that in our executive budget request to address some of these things that we know it's low-hanging fruit, and we absolutely have to address those things. There's just no question about it. And then going forward, we will develop curriculum that focuses on each of these areas that help all of Nevada access their collections. We know that we have a unique opportunity in these areas to turn on excitement and that part of discovery that people just absolutely are attracted to. And so it's an exciting an exciting opportunity. It's an exciting time to do that.
Can I add to that?
You bet you can. Go.
Hi, Assemblywoman Tracy Brown. Sorry, I can't see your name, but so this is Dora Martinez, and you know, with the technology nowadays, with the AI, artificial intelligence, and they are already working on different variety of disabilities in the museums. I am part, and Joe Snyder, Dr. Joe Snyder, who presented with the Assemblywoman and I last year, is the executive director for audio description program for the American Council of the Blind. And so he knows a lot about audio description for low vision and blind folks, and he's connected with other disabled community. And as I say, AI is like coming really quickly, and so we could always use their ideas. It's not like we are inventing the wheel from the bottom up. It's already there. We're just going to borrow and make it adjusted to our state. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, so I'm sorry if you guys don't understand me. And my dog is like pulling me. He wants to get out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. I appreciate the clarification relative to that and the audio descriptors, which I know we worked really hard on during this session. So I appreciate that you're here and that you're able to help guide our division forward.
Thank you. Additional comments? I understand they asked all the questions while I was gone, so maybe I'll leave the next time and you all can ask questions.
Senator Spearman?
Yes,
Chair, may I ask a question or make a comment?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say thank you, Director Thielen, for being here today. Thank you for Ms. Martinez. You have always been so active, and we appreciate it here at the legislature. Your presence is so important. Our state of Nevada museums are so wonderful. I mean, they really are the gems of our state because they're there for everybody, every person in the state. So it's really our duty as the legislature to care for them and keep them intact, grow them. I had some questions. What are we currently doing anything, or do any of the museums have anything like audio presentations for persons that are blind, or visual and braille descriptions for persons that are needing that? Maybe they're deaf, or are those things currently not in our museums, but something that's on the list and you're asking for funding in the governor's budget? Where are we? Thank you.
Dan Thielen for the record. We have some audio at several of our museums, but not all of them, and that is a challenge. We have some, so at the Historical Society in Reno and at the Las Vegas Museum in Las Vegas, we've developed some good audio content. It's never enough, quite frankly, because once you start getting into it, you thirst for more, and it takes a tremendous amount of staff time to develop that. And but that's the part of going forward with our exhibitry. When we have a component that includes Braille, that we have a component that includes an audio tour, we're living in a time that is amazing, because almost everybody walking in the front door carries a supercomputer in their pocket, and we plan to leverage that. We have a challenge throughout our museums that they are Wi-Fi caves, because it's tough to get Wi-Fi in state buildings. And we're moving forward on that in order to make the content available that is additional for the other ability groups within that we want to reach. And so it's a high priority. We are currently using a program called OnCell, and that's our front-facing audio software.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will move to item number 6, overview of home and community-based waivers and resources. Looks like everybody's up in Carson City. Ms. Wickland. And you got somebody with you. So begin when you're ready, okay?
Good morning. Okay, so good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Crystal Wren. I am the Chief of Operations and Quality Assurance for the Home and Community-Based Waiver for the Frail Elderly and the HCBS waiver for those with a physical disability at Aging and Disability Services Division. And today I am joined with Megan Wickland. She is my counterpart over the waiver for individuals with intellectual disabilities and related conditions. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about what is a waiver, introduction to our HCBS waivers, our home and community-based service waivers, our involvement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, known as CMS, the waiver eligibility and approval process. We're going to talk a little bit about each waiver and give an overview of services and eligibility components, and then we'll open it up for questions. Okay, so what are home and community-based services? So home and community-based services, or HCBS, provide opportunities for individuals to receive services in their own home or a community setting rather than an institution or another isolated setting. Programs serve a variety of targeted populations, such as people with intellectual disabilities, physical disabilities, or the frail elderly. Generally, HCBS services are non-medical. They are more social in the services that are provided. And then they're also tailored to meet that individual's needs and are driven by the individual's choice. So HCBS waivers began in 1981. It was really intended to overcome the bias that was set for those that are in an institutional setting or other kind of long-term care setting that can really be supported in the community. So there was a passage that expanded HCBS services by the Americans with Disabilities Act, as well as the Olmstead decision, that allowed for the Social Security Section 1915C to be enacted to allow the states to introduce waivers as we see fit for our targeted populations. And what it really did was it waived existing Medicaid regulations, allowing us flexibility to introduce an additional program that went above and beyond the normal scope of Medicaid. It allowed us to use Medicaid money for services that are not generally provided through Medicaid, and again, put these in the flexibilities of our HCBS waivers. So with the populations that are targeted, the HCBS waivers, again, intended to give us that flexibility to determine what the need was in each state. So across the states, there's roughly 260 1915C waivers, and Nevada does have 3 that we targeted some populations. Some caveats to a waiver is they cannot pay for the same services that Medicaid authorizes. So those that are on a waiver will have the full flexibility of full fee-for-service or full Medicaid, so they will be entitled to that service, but a waiver cannot duplicate what Medicaid funds for fee-for-service programs. So it is intended to be a supplemental program. So it's above and beyond the normal scope of Medicaid. It can enhance a service, but it can't duplicate that. It also cannot pay for duplicative services provided by IDEA or 4E. And it also cannot support individuals that are in an institution or another long-term care setting, such as a hospital, jail, or an intermediate care facility. Waivers must be cost neutral, so we do have to demonstrate as a state that we have cost neutrality. What this means is that our partners at the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy, they do annual reports to CMS that demonstrates that the cost to support folks in their own home and keep them on a HCBS waiver is lower than it would be if we had these folks in an institutional setting. So home and community-based settings must be integrated into the community. So any work settings must have full access to the community, and then any residential settings must also share that, that access. So these settings do ensure the rights to privacy, dignity, respect, and freedom from coercion and restraint. They optimize an individual's initiative, autonomy, and independence in making life choices. They facilitate individual choice regarding their services and supports and who provides them. And then they ensure that they have access to the same degree as a non-Medicaid person living in the community. And then any lease agreements that are set up really have protections, and it includes their rights and their freedoms, just like a normal person not on Medicaid who is renting or has a lease agreement set up. So it's really putting that individual choice into that person's plan and into that person's decisions. It's allowing them to make the decisions of what they want and giving them that flexibility to have the same expectations that people who are not on Medicaid programs have. Our intake and approval process, I call this the circle of waiver life. So we have 3 agencies that are involved in our eligibility components for a waiver. So we have the Aging and Disability Services Division, which is where we're at, and that is really the start of a waiver. So that's going to be your intake, your initial application process, and your assessments. Our partners at the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services are in charge of our financial component. So they will do the financial determination to make sure that this person meets that criteria. And then our partners at DHCFP will do the final approval. So they really ensure that everybody has done what we needed according to their obligation with CMS, and then they will issue our final approval. A little bit more with our financial requirements with our partners at welfare. So individuals applying for the waiver do have to be at or below 300% of the Social Security income level. They have to have resources that do not exceed $2,000. They must be a resident of Nevada and then be a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident. So as I said earlier, where we can target populations for 1915C waivers, currently Nevada has 3 waivers. So we do target folks that are over the age of 65, folks that have a physical disability determined by a medical professional, and then also folks who have an intellectual or a developmental disability also determined by a medical professional. All three of these waivers must meet an institutional or an intermediate care facility level of care, and they all must be within the income requirements that I explained earlier from welfare. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the frail elderly and the waiver for those with a physical disability. So our intake process, as I explained earlier, is handled at our ADSD office. So we do have intake specialists who are positioned in each of our offices. We're located in Carson City, Elko, Reno, and Las Vegas. So when an individual applies at a local office, they are going to be reviewed or screened by an intake specialist. So that intake specialist is really going to determine if they meet the presumptive eligibility for a waiver. So they are going to conduct a level of care. They are going to ask about needs, look at community and natural supports, and just kind of get a snapshot of this individual to determine next steps. Once they're approved for the waiver from the intake specialist, they may go on a wait list, or if we have a waiver slot available, we will put them onto the waiver and we will send them to welfare for that financial eligibility. If they are on a wait list, then they are supported by an intake specialist while waiting for a slot to open, and that intake specialist does routine check-ins to make sure that they are safe and secure in their home, and they also do referrals to our community partners to make sure that they are receiving services that they may qualify for outside of the waiver, and then again maintaining that contact for their safety. And then once they are approved, they are assigned to a case manager. In Southern Nevada, in Las Vegas and Henderson, we do have two options. We have a private and a public case management provider. And in the northern offices, we have just public, which is our ADSD case management group. So that case manager, once they're approved, they will actually conduct a social health assessment. So they go in further than our intake specialist did, and they do a deep dive to really look at that level of care, look at the services that are needed to support them in their home and keep them independent, health and safety being a #1 priority, and also take into account their natural supports and their choice, their selections of providers and service types that they want. Once they are determined what kind of services they need, a list of Medicaid enrolled providers is provided to that individual, and the case manager will assist as requested. If the individual wants to select a provider agency by themselves, then we will let them do that. If they need assistance, we're going to help carry them through that. And then once they determine that provider that they have selected, the case manager will reach out to ensure that there's availability. And then once that's confirmed, the case manager will set up a prior authorization with our partners at DHCFP to allow that service to begin. So here's some services that are provided under both of these waivers. Most of these services, you can see they cross over each other. On the frail elderly side, until you get to the adult daycare, that's really where it stops, and then the frail elderly has 3 additional services that are provided. And the same on the physically disabled side. We do have additional services provided, which is the home delivered meals down through the environmental accessibility adaptation. And I'm going to go over each of these services on the next couple slides. So everybody on a waiver will receive a case management service. So they will have an assigned case manager. And really that person is assigned to this individual to support what I explained earlier with that social health assessment. But they're also going to develop that plan of care, and they're going to remain in routine contact with this individual to make sure that their risks are being mitigated, that their health and safety are assured, and that their goals are being met. So that's a big thing that we look at too, is we look at short-term and long-term goals for individuals, and we really set up services and we help them to reach these goals. They're also going to connect them with community partners. They're going to look at other resources available as needed and just make sure that these people feel supported. Shore service is offered under our under actually both waivers. And this service is really an intermittent service. It's generally one time. It can be used as like a deep clean. We do have instances where we might need a carpet cleaning, or we need maybe there's a hoarding situation and we need someone to come in and help relieve the house of those items to allow for accessibility, things like that. And it's really tailored as more of a one-time deal or as needed. Homemaker is really assistance with your IADLs or your I cannot think of the I. So sorry. Instrumental, thank you. Instrumental activities of daily living, which is really going to cover your homemaking tasks. So your housekeeping, your cleaning, your shopping, laundry, meal preparation, things like that. Adult companion is intended to provide non-medical care, supervision, but really that social connection with an individual. Adult companions can perform tasks of personal care assistance, but it's really intended to be an additional service of support for these individuals. It is used as respite a lot of times for your primary caregiver because it does have that social connection. We do have respite as well, which is a standalone service, and that is really a short-term solution to relieving the primary caregiver. But unlike adult companion, it's intended to support the services. So adult companion steps in for the social aspect. Respite is really going to come in and help with your activities of daily living or your IADLs, your instrumental activities of daily living. And your activities of daily living are going to be your bathing, grooming, toileting, mobility, transferring, things like that. So more of that functionality with your body. And then we do have PERS, which is our personal emergency response system. This is the button, the I've fallen button, and they can hit it for an emergency. There's bracelet aspects. There's a lot of different kinds now. We're very happy to see that providers are getting creative with ways that these options are being offered. But this is afforded to folks that are alone for a majority of the day, or a health risk, like a fall risk. Maybe there's a safety component there, and that is something that we offer. A lot of our PERS providers, like I said, they're getting a little more creative with things that they offer. We do have ones that offer our medical alert boxes for medication now, and we've got some that are starting to do the electronic pets. I don't know if anyone has seen those, but it's usually a cat or a dog. They have a parrot that can sit on your walker, and they're really for that social connection. So it mimics an animal, so it gives people that support without having the actual animal to take care of. So continuing on, so we do have some specific waivers under our physically disabled waiver, and that is going to be attendant care. Attendant care is an extension of our state plan personal care services. So as I said earlier, the waiver services cannot duplicate, but they can enhance. So they can be in addition. So our state plan personal care services do max out at it's 30 or 32. I'd have to defer to DHCFP. But once they max out with either that number or the maximum they've been determined by the Medicaid professional, then we can authorize attendant care. So it's an additional hours determined by the case manager. And these will cover your ADL and IADL needs. Home delivered meals is a permanent service under our physically disabled waiver, and it covers up to 2 meals per day. There is an option, depending on where folks live, that they can either get the meals delivered from one of our congregate sites, or they can get frozen delivered meals from a larger provider. It just depends on the availability in their region. Currently, home delivered meals are also on our frail elderly waiver, but it is only funded through the biennium. So DHCFP has been looking into having this made a permanent service under the frail elderly option. Specialized medical equipment. So this is really intended to support equipment that's not covered by Medicaid, or if they exhaust the Medicaid option, then we can step in and authorize that. Quite commonly, we will see maybe briefs, bed sheets, your gloves, things like that being covered where Medicaid will have a maximum amount allowed. We can authorize this under special medical equipment. And then last, we have environmental accessibility adaptation. This is intended to support a person's residence. So we may come in and widen a doorway. We may put grab bars, have those installed in a bathroom. There may be a ramp put in. The threshold may need to be even for wheelchair access, things like that. So it's really intended to help a person remain in their home and allow us to do that adaptation. Our frail elderly waiver has 3 areas that are covered under just the frail elderly waiver. I'm sorry, it's only one service. This slide threw me off a little bit. So adult daycare is only under our frail elderly waiver. So adult daycare is intended to support folks during the day. Generally, it's used as a form of respite for a primary caregiver as well. And it gives individuals that social factor, and it also supports them with their meal and their oversight. So you may have heard adult day health care. That's a different service from this that is offered to folks on Medicaid. This is not intended to provide that medical component. So it's similar to adult day health care without that medical piece. It's more of a social aspect. Both the frail elderly and the physically disabled waiver have a residential option. So under the frail elderly waiver, it is referred to as augmented personal care, and that is provided in a group home or an assisted living. And that is intended to be 24-hour support for an individual who needs that oversight, who really needs assistance with their ADL and IEDL, but it does not support medical. So it's really that in between when an individual perhaps is no longer safe in their home, but they don't have that need for an institutional or nursing facility level. We really will look at the augmented personal care and work with the family and work with the individual to find a placement that suits their needs. Assisted living, it's the same service that I mentioned earlier. That's what it is labeled under the physically disabled waiver. And that is the same as what I just explained. It's that 24-hour setting. Currently, we don't have any in the north. I believe we have 2 in the south for the physically disabled waiver. So we are looking at soliciting for some expansion for these options. And I just wanted to introduce these are numbers as of February of 2024. So our frail elderly waiver, we currently have 2,539 individuals enrolled on the waiver. And we did have 1,150 individuals on our wait list. Our physically disabled waiver, we have 1,155 individuals enrolled and 227 individuals on our wait list. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wicklund, who is going to introduce the Intellectual and Developmental Disability Waiver.
Hello, I am Megan Wicklund. I'm the Health Program Manager with the Aging Disability Services Division. I also serve as the Developmental Services Quality Assurance Manager. So I am going to review our waiver for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Nevada Developmental Services provides services and supports to people of all ages across the lifespan that have either an intellectual or developmental disability. We have 3 regional centers across the state. Desert Regional Center serves Clark County, Sierra Regional Center serves Washoe County, and Rural Regional Center serves all of our rural counties with offices located throughout. So individuals just need to apply at the regional center based on the area in which they live. An intake specialist will then work with them to gather all the supporting information and documentation needed to determine if the person meets eligibility criteria. To be eligible for developmental services, a person either has to have a developmental delay that's for a child under the age of 6, and then at 6 they have to be reevaluated, or have a diagnosis of an intellectual disability or developmental disability, and that onset has to be before the age of 22. Once the information is gathered, it is then reviewed by an eligibility review committee that includes a licensed psychologist. If needed, psychological testing and assessment can be done by the regional center to help inform eligibility. And then if a person is found eligible, the case is open and is assigned to a service coordinator who provides targeted case management services. We have 11 distinct waiver services on our waiver, and I will go through each one. Of note, we were able to add 2 new waiver services in our latest renewal in October of 2023, and that includes dental services and individual directed goods and services. Our jobs and day training services are provided through contracted certified community providers. We have 4 programs available to individuals in developing vocational skills, finding employment, or engaging in other meaningful activities during their day. The first is day habilitation. These services are not vocational in nature. They are regularly scheduled activities that occur in a non-residential setting with the intent to help a person to acquire, retain, or improve their self-help, socialization, or adaptive skills. This can also include retirement activities. We have pre-vocational services. These services are intended to help develop and teach general skills that will lead to competitive integrated employment, as well as provide for training and work opportunities and experience, including volunteer work. We have supported employment. We have 2 types. We have individual supported employment, and that is provided to people who need support to either maintain a competitive job in the community or to obtain a competitive job in the community. And then we have group supported employment, and that provides services to small groups of either 2 to 8 people who are working in a regular business or industry or other community settings. So that could be like doing landscaping or janitorial work in the community. Our last jobs and day training service is career planning. This is a time-limited service that helps a person with job exploration, identifying a career direction that they would like to do working out in the community, and developing a plan to support that process. So residential support services and residential support management are our next 2 waiver services that are also provided by contracted certified residential provider agencies through our supported living arrangement program. The services are individually planned and provided on a continuum of service delivery, ranging from either intermittent to 24-hour supports. And services can be provided in the individual's home or in their family home, where they receive services intermittently for a designated number of hours a week, where a provider will come in and work with them on specific goals, such as maybe budgeting, grocery shopping, cooking, some home management, socialization skills, those types of things. Or in a shared living home where a person will live with another family or in another adult. And that service also incorporates natural supports into their day-to-day routine. And then all the way up to our 24-hour homes. And those are homes that serve people up to 4 individuals in a home in the community, where they each would have their own bedroom, and there's 24-hour shift staff providing supports throughout the day. Direct services and protective oversight is provided to the individual to help the person to acquire, improve, retain, or maintain skills necessary for the person to be successful and live in their community. And then residential support managers perform a variety of tasks to support the health and welfare of the individual. That would include things such as developing the person's habilitation plan, training the residential support staff, scheduling medical appointments, following up with health and welfare concerns, assisting with applying for and obtaining community resources and benefits and those types of things. Our next waiver service is behavioral consultation, training, and intervention. These are services provided by professionals in psychology, behavior analysis, or related field. It requires expertise working with our population and conducting functional assessments and providing positive behavior supports. The services provides behaviorally based assessment and intervention for people, as well as support and training and consultation to family members, caregivers, and the provider staff. It includes conducting a functional behavior assessment, developing a behavior support plan, training the team on that behavior support plan and data collection, as well as monitoring the plan to ensure progress is being made. Our next service is our counseling services, and these services are provided based on the person's need to assure their health and welfare in the community. It is provided by professionals who have a master's degree and licensure in psychology, social work, marriage and family therapy, or clinical professional counselors. They also have to have experience working with our population. The services include assessment and evaluation, individual and group counseling, therapeutic intervention strategies, risk assessment, skill development, and psychoeducational activities. We also offer nursing services, and there are 3 areas that this includes. Medical management, which can be provided by either a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse. These services relate directly to the medical needs of the person. The other nursing service that we can provide is nursing assessment, which is only conducted by a registered nurse, and that identifies the needs, preferences, and abilities of the person. And then lastly, there are direct services that can be provided by either a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse for routine medical and healthcare services. And again, these services are not covered by Medicaid state plan. This would be over and above what Medicaid covers. We have non-medical transportation as well, and this service allows people to gain access into the community so that they can participate in normal day-to-day activities such as grocery shopping, recreation activities, participating in social events, civic duties, and attending worship service, those types of things. We have nutritional counseling. This is performed by a registered dietitian. Includes assessment of a person's nutritional needs, developing a nutritional plan, as well as training and education to the person and those who are supporting them. It does not include the cost of meals or food items, and this also is not covered by Medicaid state plan. And then our one of our new services that we added in October of 2023 is our dental services. And this is available to adult recipients who are 21 years or older. The scope and nature differs from the state plan dental service for adults that only covers emergency extractions, palliative care, and removable prosthesis with prior approval. So our dental services has a max of $2,500 per rolling year. So that means it starts the month that the dental service is approved, and no prior authorization is needed for our waiver dental services. So the services and treatment includes diagnostic procedures, the preventative services, x-rays, restorative, periodontal, endodontic, and the other items listed there. And our last waiver service that we were able to add is our individual directed goods and services. These are services and equipment or supplies that address a specific need or outcome for a person that has to improve or maintain a person's opportunities to be fully included within the community. That also ensures their health, safety, and welfare. It does have a maximum of $3,000 per year. And so it includes the following areas: memberships and fees. So this could include costs for community recreation classes, athletic activities such as Special Olympics, a health membership to a gym or an online fitness program. It also includes bed bug extermination in a person's residence only, so their family home or their own home. Equipment and supplies. So this includes assistive technology devices, controls, appliances, or other items that support a person to increase their ability to perform activities of daily living. It also includes accessories essential to prolong the life of the assistive technology device, such as screen protectors, batteries, or protective cases. And then we also offer home adaptations under our goods and services. And so this would include physical adaptations to a person's residence to improve their independence. So this could include ramps, grab bars, widening of doorways, or bathroom modifications. And again, these services cannot be covered under Medicaid state plan or any other private or publicly funded resource. So as of February 2024, we are currently serving 2,711 individuals on our waiver, and we have a wait list of 548 people as of February 2024. Any questions?
Committee, questions? Vice Chair Brown-May, and then Assemblyman De Silva.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this great presentation. Very happy to have you both here and to have walked us as a committee through the very detailed waivers that we have here in Nevada. First, I want to congratulate you on your really good work at adding new waiver services so that we can continue to improve the quality of life of the folks that are really seeking this service. My first question is regarding lease agreements. When you talked about that we have protections in place for the folks that are seeking services to live independently, and the lease protections, it's my understanding that is really about self-directing their services. Earlier this morning, we heard from a provider who was talking about difficulty acquiring leases from landlords as a way to be able to provide a residence for a person who would be on a waiver service. Have you heard about that? Is this anecdotal? Are we experiencing that shortage in this way? Could you provide additional information there?
Hi, this is Megan Wickland for the record, and yes, we are hearing more and more from providers statewide who are having issues obtaining lease agreements for individuals for homes within the community.
Thank you, Ms. Wickland. Do you believe that that might be adding to the wait list, or is there an ample supply at this point? Is that causing us to back up services for this population, do you think?
Megan Wickland for the record. I don't know if that's correlated. We can look into that. Typically, these are individuals who are already receiving a service, who, maybe they're trying to move or find a place. So we would have to get that information and look into that a little bit more for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Given that it's a new trend, maybe it's one of the new pieces of data that we can continue to track to really see if there is an indication as to creating a shortage of housing for this population or the provider network. Secondarily, we talked about $2,000 in resources as being part of the qualifiers, right, for waiver support services. Is that inclusive of ABLE accounts, or do ABLE accounts come into play at all when we look at a person's resources for qualifying for waiver services?
This is Crystal Wren for the record. I would defer to my partners at Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. They're the experts on the financials, so I'm happy to get that information. I would hate to misspeak.
I think they're coming up now.
Thank you.
You all were sitting in the back like it was church.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Cantrell, for the record, Deputy Administrator at the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. I have with me today two of our waiver experts, so I'm going to go ahead and defer your question to Supervisor Ms. Cynthia James.
Hi, good morning. Cynthia James for the record. The ABLE accounts are vetted through another process that we have. Some portions of them could be countable towards the $2,000 and some of them cannot. That goes through the Deputy District Attorney that helps us out with those kinds of accounts for those cases.
Okay, so it's federal.
Cynthia James for the record. Yes, ma'am. Those are federal.
So we need our federal delegation to step in because it's $2,000 is not a whole lot. You know, I mean, you have to be living under the bridge on Washington Street to qualify if that's the standard. So, can you do me a favor? Can you all get me the information on what exactly what the statute is federally, and if there has been anyone or any movement towards updating that, because I mean, in Las Vegas, I don't even know who could live off of $2,000. So,
Kelly Cantrell for the record. We'll get that information for you.
Okay, thank you, and I'll make sure that this is disseminated to the committee. Assemblyman De Silva.
Thank you, Chair. I had a two-part question. My first question was also relating to the $2,000 in resources here, but I think we'll be receiving more information, and I thank you for that. My second question is looking at these numbers here with the individuals who are being served and who are participating in a program. They look, kind of low. I was wondering why these numbers were where they're at. Is it a staffing issue, funding, maybe the ability or lack of ability of acquiring providers? I was just asking why we don't have more people participating in these programs. Thank you.
For the record, Crystal Wren, thank you. That's an excellent question and observation. So as of February and 2024, as we pointed out for our physically disabled waiver, we do have a little over 200 folks that were waiting, and our frail elderly waivers over 1,000 people waiting. So it's exactly what you stated. So we do have staffing issues with the state and with our private case management company who has come on board in Las Vegas. So we are having some hurdles at hiring licensed individuals to perform this case management activity. So with our vacancies, we are unable to fill all of the slots that are available for the frail elderly and physically disabled waiver. I will say that the state, so our division as well as the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy are researching other states to see what the case management requirements are in other areas, and we have found that it's pretty split. So you've got a lot of states that still require licensure, but then we do have other states that are omitting the licensure requirement and really looking at that education and that experience to have folks do the case management activities. So we are pursuing that in hopes that that will help relieve our vacancy rate. So we're working with our partners at DHCFP to include this into one of the next waiver amendments to allow that removal of licensure in hopes that we will have a higher staffing ratio.
So along with the staffing, I heard you say you're looking at what some other states are doing. I think we did something with compacts, so can you speak about that? We've passed, I guess, in the last 6-7 years, we've done a lot with compacts. So is that something that we've already done that you could take advantage of, or is it something that we should look at?
Crystal Wren, for the record, I apologize. I'm not familiar with that study. I'd be happy to look at that and get that from my division. Oh, Ms. Frischman's coming to the table.
Yeah, it's not a study. It's the compact is the licensure piece that allows people from one state to come into Nevada if all things are equal and to get licensed without having to go through 900 hoops.
Hi, good morning, Jennifer Frischman. For the record, I apologize. I'm getting over something, so I hope you can understand me. Senator Spearman, I appreciate the fact looking into the compacts, and that's really through the licensing board. As Ms. Wren indicated, right now we require a licensed social worker or other licensed healthcare professional. What we are finding is that for case management, if you have the right experience, you don't necessarily need that licensure. So we're looking at removing that component and going off of education and experience rather than the licensure.
Okay, because I'm going to try to find out, because it seems like social workers, we did something with them. I know we did something with MFTs back in 2017, I think it was. So with the compacts in mind, and if you're going to do away with that requirement, have you looked at anything where there might be some type of a partnership with Nellis, with military?
Jennifer Frischman for the record.
And I'm speaking about that. I'm sorry. I'll just qualify it. I'm sorry. I'll qualify it. So I'm thinking, because we have military members who come in and they have spouses that have various professional degrees. And so is it possible to look at, if that is happening, if you have someone who's coming in and they have those they have those qualifications, that might help with the staffing shortage, along with once I've figured out what we've done with compacts.
Hi, Jennifer Frischman for the record. We have not reached out directly to Nellis or any of our other military installments here in Nevada, but we can certainly do that and do some targeted recruiting when we do go and post these positions. So that's something we can absolutely look into.
Okay, thank you. And you might look at NDVS as part of that, and I don't know, maybe even the National Guard. Nevada National Guard, because sometimes you have people that leave active duty and they transfer directly into the Guard, and that might be an opportunity for either for them or for their spouses. We talked also about caseload. What's the average caseload numerically?
Crystal Wren for the record. So our targeted caseload is 1 to 50. For the frail, elderly, physically disabled waivers, we're currently at 1 to 55 to 57 statewide due to vacancies and just natural folks taking off, maternity leave, whatever it may be. But we average 1 to 50, and that's really to help ensure our quality.
Okay, thank you. Committee questions?
Chair.
No. Vice Chair? Okay. Somebody up north, did I hear? Is that
No,
Senator
ma'am.
Krasner? No? Nobody
Yes,
up north?
yes, Chair. It's Senator
Okay.
Krasner. I have some questions, please.
Okay. All right, please
now?
proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your very informative presentation. I learned some new things, and I appreciate you being here. And I have a few questions. So first of all, you said the waiver cannot be used if it's something that Medicare already covers. So that's interesting to know. I didn't know that. We had somebody here in the audience earlier during public comment. I don't know if you were in the audience, and he spoke about a loved one with autism who wasn't getting the needed services. Would that waiver that you're talking about cover somebody like his loved one who needs additional services that are not being provided by Medicaid? That's my first question. Thank you.
So this is Megan Wickland for the record. So in developmental services, we also provide services or waiver services to people who may not even be on the waiver. And so these services are available to anyone who qualifies for our services. So yes, to answer your question, these services would be available to that gentleman's daughter, regardless of whether or not she qualified for the waiver.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Next question. You talk about going to selecting somebody. The individual has to select a provider from multiple multiple options, but I'm on the website right now, ADSD, and I looked at providers. When I go there, there's no list of approved providers. It says providers, it gives some information about providers, but there's no list of providers. I mean, you know, like trying to let people help themselves instead of constantly calling you guys. You're already overwhelmed, it sounds like, and doing a great job, but still. In order to help people in the community help themselves, is it possible to put a list of approved providers for services on your website so people can go and say, oh, here's my choices, you know, this center in Las Vegas, this center in, you know, Reno, this center in the rurals. Is that possible? I actually had someone complain to me and ask me to bring a bill regarding that very issue, but I mean, maybe I don't need to bring a bill. Maybe it's something you guys can just go, oh, we never thought of that. We can just put those approved providers right here on the website. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Thank you.
Megan Wickland for the record. Yes, we can certainly get our providers added for each program. In developmental services, we do a vendor referral process. So when a service is available to a recipient, then a vendor referral goes out to all of those approved providers of that service type that they may be interested in. So if it's a supported living arrangement or if it's a jobs and day training program, it will go out to all of those providers, and then providers that have the capacity to serve that person will then respond, and then that person then has the opportunity to interview those providers and tour sites, those types of things based on how their interviews go. So they do have choice, but we can certainly look at adding providers to our website.
That would be great if you could add the approved providers to your website for the specific categories. It would just save a couple steps, it sounds like, because you said somebody's approved, then a list goes out to the providers that are accepted, then they have to contact the people, then the people have to go back to them and interview them. It's like, wow, if the person could just know that they could look on the website and say, okay, these are the approved providers. So I can call these, 5 different ones and talk to them or make an appointment to go. It would save several steps. It would save you guys some extra work too. So I would sure appreciate that if you guys could work on that. Would you mind getting back to the committee and just letting us know if, yes, that's something we can do, put those approved provider list, maybe their name and phone number, their location, on the website, or if not, like Lisa, Senator Krasner, we need to hire a person, to do that, because that's going to take a whole week of, computer input. Would you let the committee know, so if you need that help, then we can provide it, or if you guys got it covered, then yay, I don't need to bring a bill next session. Thank you. And then
Hi, this is Jennifer Frischman for the record. That is truly the job of the case manager or the service coordinator under developmental services. They really work as that conduit to connect the providers with the individual served. So we can absolutely put a list out there, but we don't just put that on the individual being served, because that is tedious. That would be like looking through a phone book for a doctor. So we really try and pair up the provider with the individual, and then we do have to authorize those services. So the state's already involved a little bit with the case management component, so it's something that we're already doing, but I see your point to allow people to see who we have enrolled and what the potential options are, and then they can go back to their case manager and also say, hey, can we check out ABC provider? So we can absolutely look at putting something public-facing for you.
thank you. I appreciate that so much. Because again, I got a complaint, can you bring a bill, to force them to put the approved providers so we know who the approved providers are, and we can look and pick and then of course interact with you, but they want that option, they want that option to know who the approved providers are for that particular area. My next question why are some people on the wait list? You talked about persons with disabilities, and then additionally persons with intellectual disabilities, and then you said this many people are on the list, this many people are on the wait list. Why are some people on the wait list?
Megan Wickland for the record. So it could be that they're waiting for the provider to provide those supports. Oftentimes, as we've heard from our Nate Boyack and our State of Nevada Association of Providers, speaking about the provider capacity. So we're certainly hoping that with the rate increase that just went into effect April 1st, we will see more stability within our provider network, so we can have more providers to deliver those services. And we are certainly looking at recruiting providers from out of state as well to help support our individuals here in Nevada, so we can get the wait list down.
Great, thank you so much. And, I really appreciate you being here today, not just giving us this informative and important presentation, but letting us know what you need. I mean, we can't read your mind, and this is so important. Whatever you need, you have to let us know. You have to come to us and ask us, and we appreciate you being here. Anyway, thank you so much.
Committee, additional questions? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one final question. During the presentation, it was noted that the frail elderly meals are only funded for through this existing biennium. I'm curious to know if we could just speak to that a little bit more detail. Is there a plan for us to add it into the next biennium? Is this a waiver service? What's the solution here?
Crystal Wren for the record. Thank you for that question. Yes, so the frail elderly meals, or the meals on the frail elderly waiver, were put in during the COVID pandemic as part of an Appendix K option. So Appendix K allowed states to put in flexibilities to assist during a national pandemic. And so once the Appendix K expired, the state was able to use ARPA funding to continue the meals for an extended period of time. And then the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy has actually been able to fund those meals through the biennium. So all of the funding for the frail elderly and the physically disabled waivers is through the DHCFP's budget. And so I do know in discussions with that agency, they are looking into putting this into their budget plan, into their ask, and then making that a permanent solution for the frail elderly waiver.
Thank you for that. The number here in the presentation is that there are 2,539 individual participants on that frail elderly waiver. Do you know how many of them would utilize this meal service?
Crystal Wren for the record. I would want to get back to you with exact numbers, but the last we ran it, we were in between 300 and 500.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions before we break for lunch. So demographics, you all have any of this information categorized in terms of demographics? And the reason I say that is because there are different, in some cultures, all of this is different. There may be some cultures where, certain types of food is not acceptable. There may be some cultures where it may not be feasible to have a male as a helper or a social worker for a female. I mean, I want to know if we're looking at demographics, and that ties into the question that I had with Silver State earlier, the cultural competency piece. So, and it's not just those that are in the program, but there are also some of their family members that might be in and out with them in the program. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Anybody? Yeah.
Yeah, Crystal Wren for the record. Thank you for that question. So with ADSD, we do have cultural competency training that has been put out. Our Human Resources Division is working with the Department of Education, I believe, our Department of Administration, to put out cultural competencies. So our staff are going through this training, which include our case managers. So that is something we are really pushing and making sure that all folks take advantage of through, I believe it's through the end of this year. I can get some details back to the committee. I will say for folks that are on the waivers, that is a big part of the social health assessment that is done by the case managers, is really investigating the needs and the wants of the individual. So there's questions that are really geared towards developing what services are appropriate for the person, as well as what types of needs they have or wants. So if there is a dietary restriction for whatever reason, that needs to be noted, and then we will work with our partners with either home delivered meals or with our personal care agencies that are doing preparation in the home to make sure that that's recognized. We also take note of their preferences. So it could be something as you indicated that maybe they prefer a female or a male or vice versa caregiver. They may prefer that they bathe in the morning instead of the evening. There's a lot of complexity that goes into it to really making sure that that individual has that voice and that their needs are reflected in their plan. This was actually brought down from CMS in 2014 for the settings rule, and that really integrated that person-centered choice into our plans of care and really forced the states to make sure that individuals have a voice. So we're grateful for that and that hard work, but it is really being reflected, and the case managers are doing a really good job with their health assessment at investigating these needs and wants of the individuals.
Thank you. And you don't have to answer this now, but if you could get back to me on it. Mr. Wade also mentioned the fact that there are some elderly people in the LGBTQ plus community that need additional services, and I don't know if he was familiar with what ADSD does, but if you can coordinate with Silver State and make sure that we're covering all the bases. Okay? Yes? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Crystal,
All right.
for the record. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any additional questions?
Chair.
Anybody up north?
Chair, one more thing.
Yes.
Thank you. I forgot to say thank you all for the work you do.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your presentation. It's 4 minutes after 12. Committee members, let's take a 26-minute lunch and try to get back in here by 12:30, okay? And so with that, we are in recess. Okay, so welcome back, and hope everybody had an opportunity to go and get some lunch, or at least to get something, so that the stomach knows that the neck is okay. So with that, let's start with item number 7, overview of resources, gaps in services, trends, and policy recommendations for adults with disabilities. Rebecca, is it Jayukumar? Okay, okay. I'm sorry, Begin when you're ready.
For the record, Rebecca J. Kumar. It looks harder than it is. Sorry, I'm looking for it. Thank you. So, I'm here from the National Federation of the Blind. I am our legislative director for our state as well as our local chapter president. I am on the board of Blind Connect. However, I know it says on here, I'm not representing them today in this topic. However, this would also benefit their members as well. So briefly, the National Federation of the Blind, we have both the national and then our local, both state and chapters. So I'll give a quick overview of kind of what some of our services are and the things that we do for our community. And then what I'm kind of requesting today is looking at Newsline and looking at those equal access. We've heard a lot today that access is really kind of that equalizer between individuals with disabilities, as well as it's really the foundation to be integrated into the community. And this is one of those opportunities to be able to learn more about the community and be involved within it, and what that funding would look like if this was something to move forward. So the National Federation of the Blind is actually the oldest membership and advocacy organization of the blind across the world. So not only in the United States, but across the world as well. And a lot of our activities, particularly at the national level, are on the advocacy. So we're looking at passing bills that will help those with blindness, low vision, and different disabilities across the board. Some of the services that we have that I think are very beneficial, we do have a free white cane program. I do have mine with today, but it is light out today, so I don't need to have it. I am speaking as somebody who is blind, multi-disabled. I also have some deafness, so thank you guys for your advocacy as well. I don't read the sign language though, because I would not be able to see that. With that, our white cane allows people that are not members of our organization that could benefit from having a white cane to navigate the world to get a free cane every 6 months. So any individual who has blindness or low vision would be able to do that. Additionally, we have an independence market that has a number of different non-visually accessible contraptions. It could be anything from the kitchen to things that they're using on a daily life, to watches, to even recreation. We have, it sounds weird, but we have soccer balls that are fully accessible, so you could hear it beeping and be able to find it. We also have an Excellence of Non-Visual Accessibility Center, and this helps other organizations up their non-visual accessibility. We heard from the museums earlier, and they're using audio description and trying to upgrade those things. This is a resource for them as well, and anybody throughout the United States. Training and education, so we do things with teachers of the blind and have them do scholarships and get integrated into the community to really understand the needs of the students that they are providing services to education of different organizations outside of ours. Advocacy, we have kind of a premier advocacy event every year. It's called Washington Seminar. We actually go to Capitol Hill and speak to our Nevada representatives from our state, as well as every other state is there at the same time. If you happen to be there, you will see guide dogs and canes everywhere throughout that day, and we may or may not run into you just out of our natural stuff there. We have a number of scholarships and awards, and some of these go to sighted individuals, i.e. awards for teachers of the blind that are contributing well to our community. But the majority of the scholarships are those for the blind individuals that are going to college. And they usually give out, I believe it's $250,000 a year to help individuals get that education that may not be feasible otherwise. And then legal support. We actually have a legal team at the national headquarters that will either give advice, depending on what the situation would be, to actually taking on cases of discrimination in different states. And part of this is to build community. I'm relatively new to blindness. It's been less than 5 years at this point in time. And when you're losing your sight, it's devastational. And you feel like you lose your sighted friends at some point because you need more things, as well as you feel like you don't have. The only person I knew that was blind was my grandmother. That was my only individual that I had outside of that. And that's common within our community, that we just don't know people and don't have the resources to necessarily connect with them. So that's just a brief overview of some of the things that our national offers. Our Nevada affiliate is a component of our national. We are a nonprofit and we're fully volunteer run. So not a single individual is paid through this. And our entire board is blind or low vision. So they're within the spectrum of blindness. It is called of National Federation of the Blind rather than for the blind, i.e. we're driving what we think our community needs. And we have a lot of intersections that were mentioned today. I happen to be a veteran, as a number of our members are also veterans and highly involved in the veteran community, to LGBTQ, to deafness. We have kind of a large intersection of different components of this. And we really are looking for full integration and participation in our communities. So often, people that are blind don't feel a part of the community for a number of different reasons. But a lot of it is just the barriers that we've already heard about today, whether that be legal, economic, and social. That $2,000 that you just heard in that last presentation hasn't been increased since 1987. That's a problem. I think we know there's inflation over the last 40 years. We're definitely have a lot of barriers, and it's probably across the board for all the people speaking today in regards to what's there. Assisting those to acquire skills of independence, I think the majority of people, whether born blind or go blind later in life, really just want to be independent and live their life the way they want to live it. And so although we're not giving services, we are advocating for services as well as collaborating with those that are giving services. One of those happens to be Blind Connect. It is one of our only services here in Nevada, but also the NFB National has 2 training centers, one in Colorado, one in Louisiana, where people can get sent there to get blindness skills, because it's really that transition that needs to happen. We joke that you have to learn how to become blind, because now the world just, for lack of a better term, looks different than what we see normally. And then promoting civil rights through education and legislation action. Particularly for those that go blind later in life, they don't always know what their civil rights are. And often in our meetings, it comes up of things that somebody has been challenged with in the recent time. For example, last month we had a member who went to Target, asked for a customer assistance to help find the products they were looking for. They go to this particular Target at least every couple of weeks. They ask for the same services, happened to be a manager that says, we don't do that. Well, through the ADA, it is a requirement to have that available. It doesn't mean it happens immediately when they arrive, but with some wait time, getting a service member to come, they will walk them through and do those things. Additionally, we had a student in Northern Nevada. She's 16 years old. She really wants to start working this summer. She has some usable vision, and she was having some challenges with people understanding what she could and could not do, and giving her the information that there are transition services for teenagers that are going towards working stuff, something she wasn't aware of, so through vocational rehab. So we're giving information relatively frequently to our members to try to help them understand what they do and don't get access to, and how to maybe find those services that maybe aren't readily available. We do have, if it'll turn. We do have 3 chapters here in Nevada. We have our Northern Nevada, which is primarily Reno and Sparks. However, we do have a few in Carson City that come there as well. We have Southern Nevada, which is primarily here in Las Vegas, so Henderson and North Las Vegas. And then our Southern Nye chapter, which is only 2 years old, but we actually have the most members in Southern Nye of all components. So very interesting that in 2 years they were able to grow much more than us, maybe our other communities that have in the past. Currently, we only have 1 division, and that is our Association of Blind Students. We are probably a little bit low on our number of blind students that are involved, and somewhere that we are looking to expand in the future. So blindness in Nevada, I'm a professor, so sometimes it bothers me when I see stats that are different. So I will note, this is from the CDC, that there's 87,000 Nevadans reporting blindness or severe sight loss. So severe sight loss would be that they are uncorrectable. So with glasses, they aren't able to correct whatever that visual defect is. You will see different ranges of this. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's a little bit lower, because they are all estimates based off of population estimates. And depending on the county, this ranges from 2 to 11%. Southern Nye County happens to be closer to that 11%, and perhaps why they've grown the fastest overall. And a lot of our rural communities have our seniors there, and those are the ones that have those higher percentages the majority of the time. And when we're thinking about accessible content, accessibility helps everybody. Sometimes we get annoyed that our phone talks to us, but sometimes that Siri was really developed for blind individuals. And now, or if you have Alexa or whatever you have, you talk to it and it tells you something. So when we build these things, accessibility helps people that are outside of our intended audience. So content that may be accessible to somebody who's blind may also help somebody with a physical disability where they may not be able to hold the book or turn the pages or things of that nature. Perceptual, where they're unable to focus on something or they're unable to perceive what's happening from a written text. Intellectual and developmental disabilities may have issues with text as well. Sometimes cognitive disabilities will fall within that, where they may hear the auditory and won't be able to take written. And we think a lot of times with developmental, things like dyslexia can fall within that. And then, of course, our visual disability, which is what our organization primarily supports, but recognizing, again, this could be a much larger swath of individuals that accessibility can help. And then the NFB Newsline, which I'll get into a little bit more, it utilizes the same standards as the Library of Congress to who would fall and be able to register for the program. So Library of Congress has Talking Books here in Nevada, and they have BARD, which is a number of different textbooks that are all audio described. And with that, NFB Newsline, if there's any physical or any print disability, they would be able to register for Newsline. So it's not just blind individuals. I included this because this is our previous state president as well as our national president. In 2019, we actually held the state convention. And really our slogan for the NFB is live the life you want. So being able to have that independence and do the things that you would like to be able to do. So why I'm really here, I gave you a little background, is NFB has what's called the Newsline. This is a already developed program. While the national runs the program, it is state-sponsored from a funding aspect. We currently have it in 47 states and the District of Columbia. The 3 states that do not have it currently are Alaska, North Dakota, and Wyoming. And there are efforts, at least in Alaska right now, to move that forward. Currently, we do have it available in Nevada, and our nonprofit is currently funding it. However, we have a $7 membership fee, and that does not cover this, as you will see in a moment. We know a number of blind individuals, we just talked about that $2,000, are on fixed incomes, and we try to keep the membership as low as possible to get them the resources that they need. So it is fully operated by the NFB, our national, and it provides both audio and Braille information access. So most people do use the audio, but we do have a number of individuals that take it to a converter that makes it into Braille as well. Of note, about 7% of blind individuals currently read Braille, so that's probably our underused service at this point in time. Audio tends to be a little more prevalent at this time. It is free to the user. They do not need to be a National Federation of the Blind member. However, the majority of our outreach ends up being that group, but we do correlate with the independent living centers as well as BARD in those sense to try to get more people registered. And I feel like this has been spoken about multiple times today. Equal access is really the greatest barrier. Without accessibility, and having access to things, we really cannot be fully integrated into the community. And visual context, if you think about it, our perception is 80% visual. When you lose that component, you now have lost a huge portion of the world around you. So this is just an equalizing component to be able to give them more information. So what is NFB Newsline? I've mentioned it a few times. It's really an accessible news publication. So right now they have 500 print publications, and that includes state, national, and international news. State news, we have the Associated Press in Nevada, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and the Reno Gazette-Journal. If this was to be funded, we would be expanding that with 2 additional journals. As well as there's some magazines. Having current news is a huge component. When the UNLV shooting happened, tragic. We had a member that was supposed to be on campus in the building that had happened. The majority of our members do not get current news because of accessibility components, and when I sent out the email saying like, we're so happy to hear that so-and-so is safe, people had no idea even what I was talking about in regards to it. So they typically don't have a lot of access to what's currently happening in their community, let alone what's happening outside of their community. And BARD, again, is wonderful. It's great access, but it's primarily print books that are, fiction, nonfiction, and everything in between, not necessarily current news. The other big thing that it has is emergency weather alerts. It is with AccuWeather, so it's a collaboration with them to make it accessible. If you've ever heard those loud beeping noises when there's an emergency alert, and then this little tiny text goes across to tell you what's actually happening, not extremely accessible to somebody who would be blind. This would give them an alert on their phone directly that there's something happening and give them all the information so they could more directly prepare for it. That sometimes can be a little bit challenging. Well, Nevada, we may not have hurricanes and tornadoes and things of that nature where you got to go somewhere right away, but we certainly do have high wind all the time and considerations of that component. And I think one of the biggest things, so only 30% of blind and low vision individuals are employed. Many blind and low vision individuals do want to be employed, but there's a number of barriers to that. Newsline actually has over 100,000 job listings. It is both local and national, and I think that's a huge component to be able to get back into the workforce and can be really a collaboration between like DEETR and NFB to be able to provide what's out there, plus them getting the skills to be able to go into whatever they would be moving into. Another component of that is, while you can search geographic area, a lot of blind individuals actually do work remotely because of transportation issues. So they could potentially get jobs that are outside of this area and be able to do whatever it might be. Technology has advanced incredibly far. If you have to become blind, this is the time to do it. Because now you can use, there's so many screen readers and things of that nature to be able to do all sorts of different activities. Most people are shocked that I work in a college of medicine and I happen to be blind. I do have some usable vision, but I do rely on a lot of these services as well. And they can make alerts in there, so if they're looking for something specific, they can set a job alert directly to their email so they know about it as soon as it's posted as well, to be one of those early people to apply for it. Another big component, we're all living in this world right now where everything has gone up in price. Inflation, we know, is real. Food prices, I think the stat was 26% increases since the pandemic. And we know that many people that are disabled, including those that are blind, have fixed incomes. And so being able to know where there are sales in regards to what they're trying to look for, particularly our grocery stores and things like Target and Walmart, can be extremely helpful. This gives them an accessible version of that retail flyer that you guys would maybe be getting looking online or something of that nature. Not something I personally care about that much, but interactive TV listings. They talked about audio description previously. A lot of shows are now having audio description. Well, they'll tell you exactly what's happening on the screen, and they're able to engage with that. Furthermore, it has some customizable information, so the state of Nevada could add things in there, whether it's disability or blindness related events that are happening. We almost always are involved in the Independent Living Center and disability awareness events, things like scholarships and things of that nature, so there's one centralized location where people could find this information. So lots of potential benefits, and I just want to also add to that with like print journals, a lot of time, or newspapers, a lot of times there's first paywalls, and even if you pay for it, it's not always accessible. Visually, we know those ads are annoying. They pop up, and sometimes you can't find it. Well, for blind individuals, they have to tap to find the X throughout their entire phone, and then secondarily, wherever you are in the message, it will start to read now the ad. So you could be mid-sentence, and now you're talking about something else completely, and then you go back to the sentence. Whereas visually, you may be able to ignore that ad and just page down. With screen readers, they're going to be reading that. NFB takes out all of the ads and all of the distractors, so it's just the news component of it, and that's really what makes it accessible. Maybe we'll go for it. Furthermore, accessibility to get into Newsline, we have a number of different avenues and pretty much something that will work for everybody. You can call a touch-tone telephone and call into it. A lot of our Southern NI individuals who are not extremely phone or internet savvy do utilize this, as well as a few of our Northern Nevada. And so they can call in and get the same information, and very easy to direct exactly where you want to go. The internet is always an ability to use that. You can pick the areas that you want to be sent to your email, or you can scroll through it and have the screen reader read it. The majority of new computers, actually all of the new computers, have a screen reader built in. Some of the older ones, you may have to have an additional screen reader to be able to read that. The internet is super helpful for those that have Android phones, because currently there is not a mobile app for Android. There is a mobile app for Apple, which is probably, not to promote them in any way, they have the most accessibility, and a lot of blind individuals do use Apple, but there are certainly people that do not. And it has a built-in screen reader. If you use Siri, that's your screen reader. Amazon Alexa, you can literally tell it, Alexa, open National Federation, and it'll pull up the NFB Newsline, and you can tell exactly where you want to go. I want to read the Las Vegas Review-Journal article, so-and-so, and it'll take you directly there. For those that are Braille readers, you can also have it changed into a, a refreshable Braille screen, where it refreshes and you see about 70 lines at a time, and you're just going through and reading from there. This is particularly helpful for our deaf-blind community that the audio may not be effective for them. And then talking book players, she does have one in this upper right-hand corner. It is what is given from Talking Books to be able to play a lot of books if you don't use the app. And it kind of looks like a cassette player from the 1980s, but it does work for this, and it does connect to the NFB Newsline, and you're able to see all the news there. I'm not 100% sure if this will play, but we will try.
Gusts to 50 miles per hour. Winds sure to whip Las Vegas. Spread pollen. Heading level 3. By Marvin Clemens / Las Vegas Review Journal. Stiff. Gusting winds and high pollen counts are going to cause issues for many Southern Nevada residents and visitors this weekend. A wind advisory for the entire region runs from 2 to 11 p.m. Saturday, when winds in the central Las Vegas Valley are expected to reach up to 50 miles per hour. Winds are likely to begin escalating before noon. Wind advisories are in effect Saturday for Southern Nevada and much of Southeast California for south winds gusting 40, 55 miles per hour. Watch for blowing
And that may seem really fast. I do have it at 1.5 speed. I currently listen to 2 to 3 speed, so I did slow it down for you guys. It may not have felt that way. And I picked the most benign news article I could find that everybody could relate to in the last month. But we do tend to listen to things quicker because that is our primary perception. So my husband will not share any audio with me because he can't deal with this. But I did slow it down a little bit, but I did want to give you a little bit of feeling of how we would listen to it. So I did keep it a little bit faster than we would otherwise. But that is an example where you can see there's no ads. It's just the text. Technically, you can read on your phone if you have large enough print on there, but also if you turn on your audio, you'd be able to listen to it. Unfortunately, when I presented this Assemblywoman Tracy Brown previously, I did not have my audio on because I had my phone on silent, and I realized I couldn't actually show her how it worked. So what does Newsline include from a national standpoint, and why they kind of take care of all of the major components of it is they do all the legal contracts with the publisher. That does not come out of the state. They manage all that component, which is huge. I don't think we could manage it otherwise. And they do all of the server, software, technical maintenance, and upkeep to make sure that it's fully functional. I've been using it for 4 years, and I've yet to had a time where it was down. I'm not going to say it's not going to ever happen, but it is available 24/7. So if you're in the middle of the night and like, oh, I can't sleep, you could turn it on and listen to it. And they have technicians that you can call if there's any issues, or even if you're having trouble figuring out how to navigate it, they're able to help with that as well. It's a reliable format, regular delivery. Again, pretty much as soon as that newspaper is coming out, they've updated their stuff. So if I look Saturday afternoon, I can see Saturday's morning news. So it's very reliable in that sense. You may not be able to get it the instant it comes out, but shortly thereafter. They have a help desk. Our vice president actually just did this because she couldn't remember her password. It wasn't a password issue. They had entered her email incorrectly, and they were able to fix it, and she was able to have access. We do have an outreach division that has outreach materials. They do have webinars and workshops, but it's primarily at our convention to get more people to utilize it. But moving forward, if this was something to be appropriated in the future, we would have somebody here in Nevada to do outreach to be able to get more individuals involved in it. There's a registration database and records to know approximately how many people are using it. Currently, we have about 800 in Nevada, but we have a lot more. That's just 1% of that 87,000 people that are blind or low vision. But we don't have anybody dedicated to do that outreach in Nevada, so thus it's just those that we come across in our community. Furthermore, those that are print disabled, I don't have a good stat on that, unfortunately. But again, there's more individuals within that could be benefited from this. And currently, nationally, they employ 6 staff members. So again, being able to reach them and get any issues fixed and taken care of in a timely manner. So what I guess we would love to see happen, and perhaps as our proposal, is having this appropriated to the Nevada State Library Talking Books. They're already giving print books in an accessible format to those that are either print disabled or blind, low vision, and they're already doing outreach programs. They go to, I first got connected with them at Blind Connect when I was getting services. So they do a number of different outreach already. This is similar to what 20 states have done already, or more than 20 states. A few do go through things like DEETR or their equivalent to DEETR. We don't think that's necessarily the best because not all blind individuals are looking for jobs. We do have a number of seniors. We do have a number of people that may have multi-disabilities and may not be looking to do that. So that would be a smaller population, whereas the Nevada Library Talking Books is more expanded on who might benefit from it. And what, if it was to be funded, it would include marketing and outreach. So part of that is that within 2 weeks of somebody signing up, they would be contacted and given more information about it, how to utilize it, all the different ways they can utilize it, and make sure that they have that contact number. And if somebody is using it not that much, they would reach out to them and ask where the barriers were, because we know services are great, but if they're not being utilized, there's really no benefit at that point in time. Managing the local channels, so currently our 3 in Nevada that are newspapers, as well as adding on 2 more. And they would have a web page dedicated to this. Currently, we just have on ours a very brief web page that says this service is available. But it would be dedicated to it and getting signed up for it. And then that outreach of going to the community and telling people about it to make sure that we're getting everybody who could benefit involved in the program. I already mentioned the 2 state publications would be added to that. It would be kind of member and state determined on what they would want from that. And it would cover all eligible Nevada residents. I think one of the great things about this is that the program expands. Whether we have 1 or 10,000 people, the price is the same. So it's really a turn-on fee. The cost remains the same because a lot of it is due to those legal contracts with the publishers, a lot of the cost. So we have 800 now. We would love to see all 87,000 people that are blind or low vision get involved in it. So what does, I guess, the cost of it is, because that's always, we know budgets. We want it to go as far as possible. We want to make sure that we're appropriating funds to services that will get utilized. So NFB to turn it on is $30,500 a year. Currently, so we've had it in Nevada for almost 15 years. We had a grant initially funding this, and currently our nonprofit has been funding it. However, we are at a point that with our $7 membership, that is not feasible because we didn't have that many members to even cover this one service, let alone everything else that we are doing. The marketing and outreach, which would be the additional 2 publications and making sure that more people can get enrolled and having 1 person dedicated to this program, would be $24,000 a year. The additional publications is 15, which is a total of $70,000. So if it was a 2-year appropriation, it'd be $140,000 per budget cycle. So I want to be very transparent with the cost because, I understand that may not always be feasible. We have limited budgets everywhere. So any questions from you guys? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And thank you for your service. What branch?
I was in the Army.
Army. You were in where? The Army?
I was in Missouri, which Fort Lost in the Woods, if you know anything about that.
Yeah, I do. We have a Marine. We have a Marine on the dais, so that's why I need it. But it's all good. Everybody else came from the Army. We were first. So
let's not forget about the Air Force. Come on now.
Yeah, they started off as the Army Air Corps. So first of all, committee, any questions? Yeah. Assemblyman De Silva, Marine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. J. Kumar, for your excellent presentation. I will say, even though I am a Marine, I did serve at Fort Leonard Wood. The Marines Motor T School is out there in Fort Lost in the Woods. So I know the base, the installation very well. My question is this: has there been any sort of outreach or relationship between the organization and our local schools? I think there's an ample opportunity to gain volunteers and to also gain some sort of attention to these issues through working with our school system here. I was just wondering if that's something that's ongoing or if it's something that you're thinking about.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Becky J. Kumar for the record. I'm going to try to remember to do that. With that, we are in early stages of reaching out to the school. We currently have an individual that just joined the technology group at CCSD, and they're working towards anything that we have programming to be able to share it with the students that may be blind, because FERPA always has some challenges there. Additionally, we actually have this summer a STEM program, so science, technology, engineering, and medicine that we are running actually through Roseman University and their lab space to be able to learn about astronomy and how to make it accessible. So we are in early stages, I would say, of reaching out to the school district, as well as working with the Blind Children's Foundation here in town. Northern Nevada probably is a little bit further along, but their chapter's actually been around a little bit longer.
So thank you, Professor. And in any way that I can help, please let me know.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. J. Kumar. It's great to see you. Thank you for coming and giving us this presentation today. As you and I discussed briefly, we're talking a little bit about finances, right? And while this is not a money committee, we are a policy committee. And investing in people with disabilities is really what the committee is here to address, right? Can you talk to me a little bit about the national organization versus the state chapter, right? We look at national organizations that are nonprofits and we think, okay, they have a lot of money, right? Tell me, you don't have any paid staff here, right? So can you talk to me about the financial sustainability of our Nevada chapter and why it would help us as a legislature to fund this activity?
Yeah, so we are fully membership or donation based for our funding. We have been able to manage paying for this, I believe, since 2018. However, much of our stuff has been in money markets, and we are able to pull and move around and be able to gain interest on that. I think from an advocacy standpoint and really serving the individuals that are blind and low vision, because we are run by individuals that identify as that, we are able to really determine what our community needs and be able to have their best interests in mind as we are supporting or opposing things that are going through legislation. Again, I'm relatively new to this, so I can't talk through the whole history, but I know our legislative moving forward is really our focus. Our advocacy group previously became a little bit more social over time. And so I think financially, we've been able to sustain. Right now, if we continue to do this, we will have issues being able to sustain moving forward and to be able to serve our community. However, our chapters, we raise our own through all sorts of different types of donations and fundraisers and things of that nature that are outside of our memberships. But outside of this, our costs are very low because we are volunteer run. I think that's probably the best way to state that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then in your presentation, it looks like libraries would potentially be the best place to reach the broadest constituency for this program. Is that right? Is that the recommendation?
That would be our recommendation. Becky J. Kumar for the record. That would be our recommendation, primarily because while we have a blind commission, it primarily is vocational rehab. Those are primarily people going to look for work. Again, not all of our members would necessarily be doing that, nor are all blind individuals, particularly the incidence of blindness goes up as you age, so a lot of people are retired, so they may not be able to reach those services and get connected with it. Whereas the BARD and the library services do have outreach already to the blind community through talking books, and they are able to reach a much larger portion of population that could benefit from this outside of even blindness, where we don't have those connections necessarily.
Senator Dondero-Loop.
Thank you very much. And I'm just wondering if you have outreach in medical offices. So people get their teeth cleaned, people go to the doctor. They may even go to an eye doctor if they are not totally blind or need that type of follow-up. And it seems to me that the medical field would be a place that if they had papers, flyers, whatever it may be, right, that people could share that information with them, that's a place everyone goes. So have you done that?
Becky J. Kumar for the record. We have not at this point in time. We are looking at getting into eye doctors because even if they are fully blind, typically to receive services, they still need a yearly check. For CMS, we have a woman who does not have eyes, and she still has to go get an eye appointment. They have been removed. She's never going to see again, but she has to prove frequently that she is blind. So that's kind of our first step of reaching out to these programs is through the eye doctor because they might be able to recognize those that would most benefit from it. But I think outside of that, the medical offices would be ideal as well. And having a dedicated person to this would also help us, I think, significantly.
Well, and I would even suggest that on a doctor's, an optometrist or an ophthalmologist's website, They may have a link. You know, it might be great to work with their professional group to see if there's a way to put a link on the websites so that someone that is helping them could go on to, when they go to make the appointment or they call to make the appointment, even the girl at the front desk could say, oh, we have a link on our website, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you know, have somebody help you look at that or receive that information. So just a thought.
No, I appreciate that, Becky J. Kumar, for the record. We had not done that previously, but I do think that would be helpful. I know other states have added it to like their library webpage there, but outside of that, I think that would be a very beneficial aspect.
Anyone up north? Okay, I don't see any movement, so I've got a couple of questions, and you might have answered it already, but I didn't hear it well. So pediatric care, parents have a newborn, and before they leave the hospital, the doctor says, probably not going to be sighted. What do they do?
Becky J. Kumar, for the record. At this point in time, we do not have a Parents of Blind Children division. However, we have a few people that are very dedicated to that. We have blind individuals with blind children, and those services are things that they're super interested in. And I think having an ability that they can contact different services, because a lot of it is just learning how to navigate the world differently than we generally consider it. It's still fully feasible, and having that support system. We don't currently run a support group, but we do connect. There's a Northern Nevada Independent Living Center support group that's virtual, as well as Blind Connect has an in-person one, and connecting them to those services to be able to, you know, I think parents never want anything to be wrong with their child, or wrong, abnormal, I should say. That's not their stereotypical thing, but there are so many things that can be done early on. Can I say that we've necessarily been that resource in the past? No, I can't necessarily say that. But we would always connect them to like the Blind Children Foundation, as well as other services outside that, and support for the parents.
Thank you. This may be redundant. So your connection with the military, is that a strong partnership? Because I'm thinking now of some of our military members that may come back, have been wounded, and part of that, the recovery means that they will either they've lost their sight or losing their sight.
Becky J. Kumar, for the record. We do have in our Southern I believe she is the secretary as well. She's an affiliate board member. She is highly active in the veterans. She just was speaking. She actually worked for multiple governors here in the state and is very interested in making sure that our veterans have the services that they need, and she talks through blindness with it. She's our biggest advocate for that. We have a number, including myself, that support a handful in each of the different, actually our president in Northern Nevada is a veteran as well, surprisingly. We have 3 presidents that are veterans. It seems to be a theme. So she's probably our biggest coordinator of that. She does talks around the United States as well as locally, and makes sure those, you know, as veterans get older, blindness is a component. We have not correlated as much with the VA as we probably should have in regards to services.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it, and very enlightening. And pronounce your name again for me, Jakumar?
J. Kumar.
J. Kumar. J. Kumar. Okay.
Just pretend the middle letters aren't there.
Okay. Okay. And with that, we will go to agenda item number 9, presentation on accessibility in the legislature for adults with disabilities. If you'll recall, we had took number 8, agenda item number 8, out of order this morning, so now we're on 9. Oh, I'm sorry. 7B. Okay. I just didn't have on the online, the 7A is not on the agenda, so.
Test.
And just for the record, there were some copyright issues, I understand, with putting the full presentation of 7A online. So if you were looking for it like I was, that's why it wasn't there. Okay, 7B.
Good afternoon, Eric Wilcox. For the record, I am a parent of a deaf child, and I'm currently chair of the Nevada Commission for Persons Who Are Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Thank you. I think our slide deck is up. I'm going to pause for a second. I have two colleagues down in Las Vegas that are going to join me in making sort of a joint presentation here, but I want to make sure that they're situated with the interpreters and that we have accessibility.
And just wanted to make sure you could see us. Hello, this is Obioma Officer. For the record, I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Commission of Persons Who Are Deaf and Hard of Hearing. We are honored to be here today with you. And hello, everyone. My name is Shelley Freed. I am the Secretary for the Las Vegas Deaf Seniors.
Here's the agenda for our presentation. Obioma, did you want to introduce our presentation for us?
I'm not sure, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure who's clicking on the slides.
Oh.
Is that, I'm not sure if, is Reno doing that or are we doing that here in Vegas?
I think we have it on in both places, I think is what's happening.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead with the agenda. I apologize. This is Obioma Officer for the record. Our agenda items will start with our introductions, which we've already done, and then we'll go into a little bit more about who we are and what it is that we do. We are going to talk about the deaf and hard of hearing community in general, the community feedback that we have received from our quality data analysis from our town halls and from all of our travels within the community. So, and the proposals we have for 2024 and the priority recommendations we have for the community. We will also be able to share with you the different people that we have collaborated with, the nonprofits in the community, and others who have supported the needs of the deaf and hard of hearing as well. And then we can close with our continued efforts to connect within the community and hopefully the work we can do together. Ways to stay informed and really for all of you to stay connected with us. Eric?
Sorry, microphone. Eric Wilcox for the record, again. Thank you, Obioma. So to continue on about the commission was established in 2017. It was created within the Office of the Governor of Nevada and consists of 11 members who are appointed by the governor. And in a moment, we'll go into a bit more detail about the membership. But before we do that, what we do essentially is compile information that we collect from our experiences and from our interactions with the community and try to arrive at a set of recommendations and communicate those to the governor and to the legislature as we are today. And we compile these in a strategic state plan for the deaf and hard of hearing, which we maintain and is available on our website. This primarily addresses aspects of access for the deaf and hard of hearing to services in the state, engagement, engaging the deaf and hard of hearing community with the legislative process, and advocacy. That is, we try to listen to the community, hear their complaints, hear their concerns, and help bring those to you here and distill those into specific recommendations. The next slide's about the membership, and I think Obioma is going to lead us through that.
Absolutely. This is the WIOM officer for the record, and our next slide does address membership. We have a total of 12 seats on the commission, and all are appointed by the governor, as was just shared with each and every one of you. And the first seat that we have is one that focuses on employment, people who are deaf and hard of hearing, somebody who works in that profession and is able to support the community in the needs of access to employment. And this is representation on our commission because those are needs that are highly important for the deaf and hard of hearing community. We see gaps in services where people are not able to find enough work or they're not hired, and the reason for not being hired is because they're deaf. They need a sign language interpreter and accommodations, and so there's an additional cost to hiring said individual, and so therefore they do not get hired. Seat B, a member of NVAD, the Nevada Association of the Deaf. And that organization focuses on the politics of advocating for the deaf and hard of hearing, the policies and the laws. We have a chapter in Nevada at this time that has continued to focus on the needs and give the support to the community. So if you have a chance to reach out and collaborate with them, that would be great. C is a member that is experienced and has knowledge of services for those who are in the deaf and hard of hearing community. So that would be anyone that has experience with deaf and hard of hearing service, providing them services directly, advocacy, whether it be nonprofit, an agency that provides support to anybody within the community. So that individual works with the community and provides direct services. Now, it has in the past or continues to do so and will into the future. D is an individual who is a non-voting member. It's the executive director for NTA. That's the Nevada Telecommunications Association. They are part of the development of, they were part of the development of the commission, so they are a representative on the commission ongoing, so they have a seat. And let me just advance the slide. E, we have a member who uses telecommunications relay services. So it can be, for example, relay services can be a CART provider. It can be relay services where we use American Sign Language to access communication. So anyone who is using that technology to get access to communication when it comes to their phone line or through video relay service, VRS, which is the acronym used for that. Again, that means a video screen where there's an interpreter there who's present and ready to process calls, relay a call for a person who is deaf and hard of hearing. The next seat we have is a member that is a parent of a child who is deaf and hard of hearing or speech impaired. And that can, as you see, be anyone. It's self-explanatory. It would be a parent who has a child that may have been born deaf or with a hearing loss, was not able to pass the auditory exam they were given, and then later in life also had a hearing loss. So the parent can represent on this seat, so we recognize that they have those needs also, just like a deaf person. And as a parent, they have those needs. They're making decisions for another person, and they have to take that into consideration in understanding how it aligns with the family as a whole and what their needs are. And the next is G. We have a member who represents the educational field in the state of Nevada, has the knowledge and concerns, takes care of the communication services with those who are deaf and hard of hearing, speech impaired in elementary, elementary is K through 12 and post-secondary. So they have the focus of a professional perspective when it comes to an educational setting for the deaf and hard of hearing. H, we have one member who represents an advocacy organization. Currently, that person is currently a member of LVDS, the Las Vegas Deaf Seniors. And that is an organization where we have a representative. We consider our senior citizens when we have concerns and needs in our community as well. We also have a member who is deaf and hard of hearing. or hard of hearing, excuse me. So if you are represented, if you have a hearing loss, whether you recognize yourself as deaf, hard of hearing, or you are oral, you do not use American Sign Language as your mode of communication, but we have a seat for someone to represent those members of the community on the commission as well. The next is J. We have one member who specializes in issues related to employment. Actually, let me just double check that because I think I have already mentioned that member. So I'm just double checking my slides really quick. I apologize. I feel like I've already said this member being representative, and if I'm repeating myself, I am. I'll apologize in advance. I'm incredibly nervous, so if I'm saying the same thing over again, I apologize again. So, somebody who works with an employment that focuses on individuals who are seeking employment or need help with employment placement. And then K, one of our seats, is a member who is a parent or a guardian of a child who is under the age of 6 years old, that is deaf or hard of hearing. So the reason why we have 2 seats for parents to represent the community is that it's very important to realize that our IEP age can be as early as 6, and it ranges all the way to 21. So, no, actually 22, that we just had a law that changed that. So you can have an IEP from as young as 6 years old and all the way up till you're 22. So it means our 0 to 5 doesn't necessarily get the support representation needed. So if the students are not provided with access to language between ages 0 to 5, it can impact their education, and there's a correlation with their development. And the last seat we have, we're very proud of this one. We had just had it added recently by the legislation. This seat is a representative that is a sign language interpreter in the state of Nevada and is registered to work as a sign language interpreter in the state of Nevada. And this seat is very important because 2 years ago we did compile data from the community, and the outcry from the community was the concern that we do not have enough access to sign language interpreters. We don't have the ability to grow the skills of that profession in our state. And so the names of all the seats of the members that we had, we did not have one for the interpreting field itself. So we didn't have an interpreter. We didn't have an expert on our committee who could speak to that need or those issues. So now we have that seat available, and it can be filled by an interpreter. So we thank the leadership within legislation for working with us so that we could add that seat to our commission. Eric.
Thank you, Obioma. Eric Wilcox again. For the record, I want to talk briefly about the vision and the mission of the Deaf Commission. I'm actually going to start with the vision. So we have a vision of a Nevada where all residents who are deaf, hard of hearing, or persons with speech disabilities, along with their families and professionals who support them, have timely access to information, effective communication, education, and services that promote choice and independence. And to that goal, it's our mission to advocate for and support the goal that all Nevada citizens have equal and full access to resources, services, and opportunities in all aspects of community life. So it's sort of encompassing in the sense that we hear a variety of complaints that really address a very broad range of life experiences and challenges faced by deaf, hard of hearing, and speech impaired in the state. And so we try to collect all of that information and promote a vision where all aspects of life for deaf and hard of hearing and speech impaired in the state are served. With that, I'm going to move on and talk briefly about hearing loss itself, just by way of providing some additional background. And you'll see a variety of descriptions here for types of hearing loss or severity of hearing loss. And I can say from doing this work for a number of years that we have representatives or individuals in the state that represent all of these types and degrees of hearing loss. So hearing loss is defined very broadly in our context, basically when any part of the ear or auditory hearing system is not working in the usual way. So this could involve, as I'll explain in a minute, the outer, the middle, or the inner ear, or even the deep parts of the inner ear where speech processing occurs. So on the left side there are the 4 types of hearing loss. On the outer parts of the ear, this would be a difficulty receiving in the ear structure the vibrations of air that make up sound waves. So that would be a conductive hearing loss. A sensorineural hearing loss, which is what my daughter has, is a little bit deeper in the ear, and that's a condition where there's a difficulty in translating those vibrations of sound waves in the air, translating that into the electrical impulses that later get processed by the brain. Some folks have mixed hearing loss. It's a combination of those two. And then there are conditions that occur deeper in the system, auditory neuropathy spectrum disorders. And this would be deeper where the auditory nerve is not properly transmitting the electrical signal to the brain, or there or conditions in the auditory processing in the brain itself. There are a wide variety of degrees of hearing loss, from mild to profound, as I'm sure many of us have experienced. And then on the right side there, some other descriptors of hearing loss. It can be both unilateral or bilateral. We see a lot of kids, for example, that show up in our educational system with unilateral hearing loss as well as bilateral hearing loss. Prelingual versus postlingual is very important for the language development. So a hearing loss that develops before a child is lingual compared to, say, somebody who is older and has a hearing loss develop after they have developed a language, has a profound effect on language acquisition and major implications for how to approach teaching language acquisition. And then, as I'm sure many of us have experienced, hearing loss can be progressive, like an age-onset hearing loss that starts very mild and as you get older progresses, or it can be very sudden due to a trauma or a sudden sickness. It can fluctuate. So we've known folks whose level of hearing loss is not stable. Sometimes they feel like they hear better than at other times. And sometimes it can be either congenital or acquired. With that, I'm going to move on. I'm going to hand it off to Shelley with some very important information about deaf culture and communication. Shelley?
And if I could just interrupt quickly, this is Obioma Officer for the record. I found where my error was previous for seat A. It is actually regarding a state worker who represents a program within the state for the deaf and hard of hearing. That was how we could differentiate the two. Somebody who works, but also somebody who's a state program, early intervention, that kind of thing. So a state worker. So I want to apologize for the confusion of saying two seats had the same responsibility when they were different. Okay, now Shelley, if you could go right ahead. And this is Shelley Freed for the record. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for having me. I wanted to explain what deaf culture is as quickly as I could. I am a deaf individual, and I do have my own culture. I do have my own language. I have values and norms that I adhere to because of that. But often what occurs is, and I am going to refer to a child who's living in a family where no one else uses sign language, so they have hearing family members. The child will absorb the language and cultural norms of the family that they live with, which means that they will identify with those family members. But as they grow older, that will change. They will have different experiences as they grow older and they're with their family members during cultural events like celebrating holidays. you will have a member of the family who is deaf, and they are the only one in that family who is deaf. And because they're with all hearing people, they are isolated. They don't have the ability to communicate with their family members, which is heartbreaking. I used to work as a principal. I worked at a principal in a school for the deaf in another state. And I would often try to explain the concept of having two families. You want to make sure that the deaf children you have in your families have deaf friends that they can be with, so they have someone to play with, someone to communicate with, someone who has the same cultural norms as them. And that is a gap in this state. In Nevada, we don't have access to having deaf children have other friends because of those limitations that are also deaf like them. In addition, I wanted to emphasize specifically about sign language because it is a visual language. As you can see, it doesn't have a written language. We don't have a way to write down American Sign Language, whereas the hearing community sees signed language and they think that everyone can read English and write English. That is not the case. English would be our second language if we were even fluent in our second language. And so the language access plan for the state of Nevada needs to be adjusted in order to provide video access to language. So having American Sign Language on video on government websites and on different programs that are offered within the state so that deaf people can watch it and see it in their own language. They can see it in sign language. In the United States, in the state of Nevada, the third language used the most is American Sign Language. The first is English, the second is Spanish, and you provide Spanish translation. But for the deaf who live in the state who use American Sign Language and need access to that visual language, we do not have it. We may have captioning, which means we'd have to be reading in English, but those who are not fluent in English would not have the ability to follow that closed caption to the extent of somebody with the fluency. So in the state of Nevada, the average reading grade level for a deaf person is only the 4th grade. And most captioning and most language on posters is at a 6th grade reading level, which puts them at a loss. So now we have a delay. We're not being able to access things, and the deaf and hard of hearing in the community don't have the language they need to understand. In the U.S. Census that we had for the state of Nevada, it shows that the statistics for Nevada from the ages 18 to 64, we have 688,000. Give the interpreter a moment. Of those who are 65 and older with a hearing loss, as 533,000. The remaining would be the 0 to 17 who have that hearing loss. So if you look at those numbers from 18 to 64, it's an incredible number. I would like to propose that this should be seen as a form of injustice to not give access to this amount of people living in the state of Nevada. Such a large number of those with a hearing loss, deaf people who live in the state of Nevada, are not given access to services or to communication. I wanted to also take a moment, I'm just checking the slide to make sure it advanced. Okay, I just wanted to take a moment to also explain the identity that comes with the cultural norms and the language that we have. Deaf and hard of hearing members of the community have the ability to identify themselves as deaf. We use a capital D. It means we went to a school for the deaf. It means we are working in a profession where we serve the deaf. It means we identify as a deaf person. The language used is American Sign Language. We recognize that as our culture. And that, again, identity is deaf with a capital D. And that identity is what I identify as, but it is a cultural view, and so we do not have the view that we are disabled. So you will come across that difference. We have also within the community an identity of hearing identity, and this happens a lot in the state of Nevada. We have deaf people who are passive in that they have identified as the hearing culture around them has labeled them and they view themselves as being disabled. We also have the marginal identity, which means that they can function in both hearing and deaf communities, they can go back and forth and have the ability to deal with both members of the communities. Often they identify as being hard of hearing. They can use communication with hearing people. They can speak or write back and forth, but they can also sign. And then the last one would be a bicultural identity, which means that you can identify yourself as deaf, but also have a bicultural identity. I have children myself who are hearing. I work with people that are hearing, and I identify with both cultures. I understand you as a member of this legislative committee. I'm working with you, and I'm trying to adapt to the appropriate norms in working with each and every one of you, so I can go back and forth between. I can identify my cultural norms and your cultural norms, and I can adapt to either. And I can understand how to work with both groups. And so I can be with deaf people, and I can be with hearing people. Again, we just wanted to bring forth some terms that could be maybe misunderstood, misspoken, maybe not intentionally, but labels used inappropriately. So we have deaf and hard of hearing. A lot of people will say, they will say, oh, I'm big D deaf, little d deaf, to identify their culture and the community they identify with. It could be the norms that you choose to live by. So for an example, I once was a member of the commission. I am currently not a member of the commission, and there's a reason for that choice. And the main reason was because when I was part of that commission, I was told by ADSD that I couldn't speak out. And so I felt that that was not appropriate. But if I wasn't a member of the commission, I could speak out. I could come here and speak directly to you as a committee, because I care and I want to be able to share. Deaf, blind, and that is really heartbreaking. There are many deaf and blind individuals who live in the state of Nevada. I do not have the statistics. I do not have a report about any of those individuals, but the services, they're not receiving the services that they need. And then we also have deaf and hard of hearing plus, which means they have a dual diagnosis. So this often comes with the educational system and the special needs that they are provided in an educational setting and the different situations they would be in and how they develop an IEP or their 504 plan. So this would be a diagnosis used often for that. You'll see hearing impaired. It's not used as often anymore, and that's because hearing impaired makes it sound like it can't be fixed or something is broken, but a lot of people use technology. They use the cochlear implant, they use hearing aids, and they can hear to some degree. And the last one we have is deaf mute, which is considered highly offensive. It's not even a term we would use.
All right.
Eric?
Thank you very much, Shelley. This is Eric Wilcox for the record again. I want to next turn and really get to the meat of, now that we sort of have a bunch of background about the commission and about the community that we serve, get into the meat of the feedback that we've gotten from the community. So one of the things that we do on the commission is we have a regular schedule of town hall meetings. We are now doing this twice a year. That is 2 town halls each year in Reno and 2 each year in Las Vegas. And then twice a year, we will go to a rural community and hold a town hall in a rural community as well. Recently, we were in Ely. Some months ago, we were in Pahrump. And in the last few years, we've twice, I believe, gone to Elko. And what is distilled in these next 2 slides is sort of an analysis that Obioma, our executive director, has done to try to take the notes that we collect from all of the stories and all of the feedback that we get from the community and try to sort of distill this down into some themes and then further distill that down into some recommendations. And I will say that this is a work in progress. A lot of this is based on feedback that we have gotten recently at some of our more recent town halls, and we're still sort of in the process of trying to translate this into a more sort of concrete legislative agenda looking towards the 2025 legislative session. And so we're a lot of the feedback has been sort of organized into these three overarching headings, and I think in the next slide we'll talk about specific recommendations related to inclusion of the deaf and hard of hearing community, language development in that community, and healthcare access. What I'd like to do before we get to that slide is talk about the 5 themes that are listed here. So in each of these 3 areas, what Obioma has done here is list the 5 sort of themes where we received feedback that related to the overarching need. And I want to give a flavor of some of the comments that we've received related to these 5 themes. And so I will go through these. So theme number 1 is ASL access. And this has been a persistent complaint that we have received over several years that I've been on the commission. There are not enough interpreters in Nevada. And the interpreters as a whole are not sufficiently skillful. And so we have a lot of situations where if there is an interpreter available, the individual feels like they're struggling to communicate because of the quality of interpreting. We also get a lot of complaints about the quality of the interpreting in schools. Hospitals and doctors' offices is one of the places we hear the most about this complaint. Either somebody goes to the hospital or makes an appointment for the doctor, says they need an interpreter, tells them in advance, and they're either told, well, we don't do that. You can find your own interpreter. Or they are told that an interpreter was arranged, but then when they show up for their appointment, there's no interpreter there. So somehow the ball got dropped. We've also heard complaints about this in employment. Recently, a story of an individual who was hired to work in the logistics field, showed up for training, there was no interpreter. Came back some weeks later for rescheduled training, still no interpreter there. And that person remained unemployed for months, if not years, after that, simply because each time they showed up for training, there was no interpreter there. Even state offices. Recently, we heard of somebody who showed up at the DMV to take a driving test, told them in advance they needed an interpreter. They were told, well, we don't provide that. And then we also hear often about the use of virtual remote interpreting, that is using a piece of technology, an iPad, with some remote interpreter, and often that does not work effectively. It's used in a situation where it's not appropriate, like somebody is hurt in the hospital, or the staff who are providing that don't know how to use it, and so nobody can make it work, or the place where they're trying to use it doesn't have stable enough internet to have a video connection to an interpreter. The next theme is ADA compliance. I sort of alluded to this in the previous. We hear of many businesses and public offices that are routinely violating the Americans with Disabilities Act. We hear many stories of students in schools that are routinely violating the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the IDEA Act. For example, as I noted before, when the DMV says, well, we don't provide an ASL interpreter, my understanding is that's a violation of the federal law. In many cases, it's ignorance, right? So, and I'll get to outreach a little bit later. But what we really need in Nevada is a comprehensive sort of continuous process for outreach and training, which the commission is not prepared or funded to be able to provide. And that needs to be coupled with some enforcement, for example, through some kind of ADA compliance officer. Because right now, the sense is that places of business or even state agencies can simply ignore the ADA, and there's really no recourse for the community. The third theme is education, services, and advocacy for deaf and hard of hearing. On education, many, many stories about poor educational outcomes. We have limited statistics on this, so there's actually even a need to better document the educational outcomes for deaf and hard of hearing. We have limited expertise in the schools for deaf education. I know from my personal experience there are some teachers of the deaf, some speech pathologists, some classroom aides who are very knowledgeable and highly competent, but there's very few people in management positions. And we see a lot of teachers basically leaving because they don't feel like they can exercise their expertise because they're managed by people who don't understand their expertise. And I believe we're on the agenda for that committee a little later this month. Regarding services, there is a provision in the NRS for the Aging and Disability Services Division to provide a deaf center, to provide a physical office with staff that are culturally competent and competent in communicating with the deaf, to provide deaf individuals with support and advocacy to gain proper access to the services that they deserve. This is funded under the Universal Access Surcharge on your phone bill. So there is funding for that that does not come out of the general fund of Nevada. This center was operated for several years statewide and included deaf center offices both in Reno and Las Vegas. But recently those offices closed, mainly due, in my view, to bureaucratic obstacles imposed on them by the state. And the service model that was put in its place has not been responsive to the needs of the deaf community. Many, many complaints coming to us about individuals trying to access help from the state to gain access to the services they deserve and not being able to make use of the service delivery model that is currently in place, nor, in spite of the fact that we have tried to help the Aging and Disability Services Division, the current service model does not demonstrate any of the communication or cultural competency required, which was something that the Deaf Centers of Nevada did provide very well. And in fact, the Deaf Centers of Nevada employed a significant number of deaf individuals who were part of the community as well as trained and competent in delivering those services. And I'll say that since the Deaf Centers has closed, a lot of those people have left the state. So we've even lost some of the ability, some of the competency to provide these services in the state. So there's a need for the state to correct that model, the model that hobbled the Deaf Centers of Nevada, and work constructively to restore the Deaf Centers. This has been a clear message that we've received in our town halls recently. On the advocacy side, the commission takes a lot of complaints, but we're all volunteers. We have 1 to maybe 1.5 FTE of administrative support, and we have a budget of $25,000 from the state, and that's not even enough to meet our requirements to have interpreters and communication access at our meetings. As you'll see, just in this meeting today, there are several interpreters involved in providing accessibility to the deaf individuals that are participating in this meeting right now. Every single meeting that we hold, we have to have this level of support. And in fact, we have live captioning involved at all of our meetings as well. And that all costs money because they're professionals, obviously. So what I'm trying to say is that we don't really have the resources to properly provide comprehensive and professional advocacy in response to all of the complaints that we receive. So we're doing what we can to build advocacy capacity, but there's still a great deal of work to be done in that area. Deaf and hard of hearing equipment, I mentioned this briefly, so I won't reiterate, but a lot of places using, as I mentioned, video remote interpreting, and that's not working for a lot of people. We hear lots and lots of complaints about this. The other thing that we hear lots of complaints about is a lack of captioning in public places. Some states have advanced laws obligating public spaces, even private businesses that operate as public spaces like bars and restaurants, to require them to have captioning if they're going to have television screens on in the public spaces. We hear many, many complaints about that. And then the last of these 5 themes is deaf and hard of hearing cultural competency and sensitivity training. This goes back again to this issue of ADA compliance that I mentioned earlier. We have in the past done outreach to first responders. We've done outreach to the governor's office. We've done outreach to the Legislative Council Bureau. We've done outreach to TV, the TV broadcasters in Nevada. We've even done outreach to the National Weather Service. But staff changes, right? So the governor's office changes, it's a whole new staff. Those staff did not hear any of the information we provided before. I'm sure there's staff turnover in the Legislative Council Bureau. First responders, we're always, all those first responders throughout the state, constant new hires happening. There needs to be some mechanism to provide continuous competency and training if the systems of public service in the state are going to provide adequate accessibility to the deaf and hard of hearing in the state. I'll move on to the next is the recommendations, and I believe I'm handing this off to Obioma or Shelley.
Yes, you're handing it off to Obioma. Hello, this is Obioma, Officer for the Record. Thank you all for your patience and taking in all of this information. I know it's a lot, and I know it has content that may be hard to follow, but I'm appreciative of the fact that you're wanting to pay attention to the needs of our community. So these are the recommendations as the Executive Director of the Commission. This is based on the data that has been collected from the community, going to these town halls, getting this feedback and listening to them at our meetings. And this is in line with what Eric has shared with you and the needs of our community. And we will continue to do that to make sure that they feel heard, because we don't take these things lightly. We have really been on a journey with them and making sure that we've gone all over the state, whether Elko, Reno, and just this month we had more town halls and we were able to have more members of the community come out. And my heart is heavy for our community. It does take its toll to see what they have to go through. So this is the recommendations from the documented data we were able to receive, and from me as the Executive Director asking that you please join us in the fight to give the community what it needs. Recommendation number 1, this is a part of our state plan. So for us, we will continue to engage with the community. We will have town halls, roundtable discussions, and make sure that we have general events to bring awareness of deafness to the community. We are the only state that I know of on the West Coast that doesn't recognize the deaf and hard of hearing at a national level. We don't have Deaf Awareness Day in the state. We don't celebrate that, and we don't recognize it. I don't know why that is. Good question, something to think about. It should happen for sure. We would like to increase our focus on the legislative advocacy that is needed within the community and be prepared, again, to address the needs for the deaf and hard of hearing services, whether they be direct service, and model what we see in other states when it comes to cultural competency and maybe finding a deaf school and having a deaf center and an office for deaf services to be provided nationwide. Just like the deaf services that are provided nationwide should also be available to residents of the state of Nevada. Recommendation number 5, in regards to healthcare, in regards to that, we would like to increase ADA compliance, which is mandatory. These are mandates, and keep organizations accountable. We want to see an increase amount of healthcare services, engagement, communication access for the deaf and hard of hearing, because healthcare is incredibly imperative. Networking needs to expand within our community. Our hospitals repeatedly, from what we understand from the community members at our town hall, are being told they cannot receive services. You can bring a family member to interpret for you. We have children. I'm not talking about 16 and 17-year-olds. I'm talking about, we've had 2 occurrences within our community within the last 6 months of an 8-year-old expected to interpret for their parent in a situation that would be considered horrific when it came to medical terms. And in the second situation, for a government need. An 8-year-old? I don't think that would even be appropriate to even talk about cancer, to talk about diabetes. I mean, that to relay that type of information, even the vocabulary that would apply to these situations would be incredibly outside the range of language an any 8-year-old would have. And to see them try to even process that for their parent, what it might feel like. So that is definitely something that we want to see stop. We want to network. We want to make sure that our hospitals, we want to do outreach. We want to make sure that as professionals, they understand that that is their responsibility under federal law. They are supposed to adhere to the ADA. These are not suggestions that the federal government made, but rather mandates. Recommendation number 6 relates to the state plan, language development. Immediate intervention needs to happen for those who are deaf and hard of hearing. Post K-12 and for student services, we need early intervention as well. We need advocacy for language development. We need our school districts to have expert professionals, those who are working in the field of education with these skill sets. We need to find language, we need to have a language acquisition plan and to make sure that it's implemented and being followed, not just something that's conceptualized and then we never see brought to the fore. We need to have people who are qualified to check on the LAP to make sure that they understand that those students are getting the access, to make sure that we're not depriving our students, because repeatedly that is what we are seeing, is they are being deprived of services, and we need to see that change immediately. Our children are the ones who are suffering, and they're the future that we have in this community, and we want to focus on what their needs are. Again, IEPs, adhering to the IEPs. These are not suggestions. These are legal documents. These are supposed to be mandated. The IEP says that. No, an IEP is a legal document that should be followed in its entirety. We need to continue to make people accountable. So having more education, having more knowledge, having more cultural competency, and having the ability to comply with the law that we currently have in place. We have an NRS. We have all the supports that are available. They have what they need. The problem is not that we don't have them, but rather the problem is that people don't want to adhere to what's already been put into place. They have the laws, they just don't want to follow them. So how do we go about giving those laws the teeth they deserve? And now I'm going to pass it over to Shelley Freed. And this is Shelley Freed for the record. I wanted to address the committee as the secretary of the Las Vegas Deaf Seniors. I happen to be myself formally educated. I like to collaborate with outside agencies, different organizations, and I invite them to come to our Las Vegas Deaf Seniors meetings so that the members of our organization can get what they need. Because we no longer have a deaf center, they need access, but I'm also retired, and I do want to take some time for myself, but here in this community, there's a huge need. So being that my passion is to serve, I'm using my own time to volunteer, to organize these things, and collaborate with different organizations to provide for members of the community I'm a part of. We have community events, like there was a deaf collaboration with Metro Police. We had a deaf event where we had a cookout for the community to be able to all come together, to just socialize and spend time together. But I also wanted to share that currently we have issues in regards with NVCC, the Nevada Care Connection, and with Jewish Family Services. I had someone who was 88 years old and very frail, very weak. She's a size 0. She's tiny and frail. To give you an idea of who she is and what she might look like, she was evicted. She came to the Deaf Seniors for help. We don't have a deaf center that could assist her. So I was contacted in order to assist her. So I reached out to Nevada Care Connection, and I said, this is an emergency. We need help. And they said, okay, no problem. We'll review you to Jewish Family Services. And I thought, okay, we've got 3 days to get this taken care of. This is an emergency situation. So of course we got nowhere. So we ended up as an organization finding a way to network with the members of our organization to get a bunch of friends to help her out. And we were able to get a truck, pack her up, and then I ended up giving up 2 weeks of my own time to find the information needed in order to navigate the system within the state of Nevada to get her the help that she needed. But the housing is difficult, and I'm deaf, and I couldn't get the help. I couldn't reach out to get the help she needed. And I had to find an apartment for her. And so we were able to move her into not the best situation, but it was something that could cover her needs immediately. But again, the Jewish Family Services contacted me 47 days later to address this issue. 47 days. So that having been said, I'm trying to think as an advocate. I'm trying to have compassion and understand. But I contacted the Office of Community Living and I said, is there any way that I can have Nevada Care Connection and Jewish Family Services come to us? Can you please come to the community center where the deaf seniors have our club meetings and reach out and help them? We had 70 people show up that day for that event. And I said, please make sure you bring 4 interpreters. And they did. They did bring 4 interpreters with them. And then their eyes were opened beyond belief about the needs of services for the members of this community. I was not able to count, but I think there was at least 16 intakes done that day in 2 hours. So in that amount of time, 16 people had intakes. They told us that day it was 5 to 7 business days. I held that event on March 26th. We have had 1 response, 1 out of those 16 intakes. And I think that is quite frankly unacceptable. If we had a center that served the deaf community, it would be taken care of instantly. We wouldn't have these issues. And even though we try to collaborate, even though we try to work with the different agencies, and I do want to recognize those that we have collaborated with, these organizations here on this slide have fully supported the deaf and hard of hearing community, which is my community. They have served us, they've collaborated with us. These are all of the organizations that we have worked with on a regular basis. And that is, I mean, it's amazing that the compassion that they have, and I understand that they are, walking in step with us to make things better. This is Obioma, officer for the record. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew ways that you could continue to connect with us, engage with us. We know that we want you to be aware of what our commission is doing within the community, and so this, we hope, will help you to be able to do that. We have a website. We have our meetings scheduled on a regular basis. Our next meeting is May 8th, next week, Wednesday. It is 9 to 12 noon, and it is open to the public, so any member of any community can attend, and they can see what is going on within the deaf and hard of hearing community. And this weekend, May 4th, we will have May the 4th Be With You cookout, and we'll be able to celebrate Star Wars within our community, and we'll be able to talk about the needs and how we can set up a deaf center. So know that we are actively trying to support each other. We're trying to do the work that is needed in order to build the community. In addition to that, all community events that happen, you are more than welcome to attend. And we want to see a better unity across the state of Nevada when it comes to working within communities. We also have our state plan, which you can review and read at any time. We also have our annual report, which we just did for last year. We have 2023 annuals report. You can see all of the data there. You can also take a closer look to see what our successes are and what some of our needs are and how we're trying to improve in those areas. And if you want a real close look at what we're doing, add your name to the listserv and you'll get repeated reminders of everything that's going on. So at this time, I would like to go ahead and welcome any questions that you have as the committee for us.
Thank you. Senator De Silva.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again, members of the Commission, for being here today with us and giving us an excellent and very informative presentation. My question is kind of similar to one that I asked Dr. Jay Kumar here. And this I do have some experience in. So I'm a teacher. I teach at Rancho High School, and we've been having a program at my school for DHS students. I myself have had a DHS student in my classroom every single year now, going back to at least 2018. And it was my understanding that that there was an effort being made by the school district, CCSD, to make sure that our students were being taken care of and that there was resources being delved. But I heard today that there were significant issues and that this wasn't the case. And you being the experts on this issue in our state, I was wondering if I could draw you out just a little bit more on that specific need here in our local school district, the Clark County School District, and if you can educate us more about some of those needs that are being that need to be met for our children. Thank you.
And this is Shelley Freed, for the record. Absolutely. From what I know, prior to this school year, we had 4 high schools that had programs where deaf students were allowed to go. Unfortunately, 2 were closed, so now you only have 2 options. You can attend Rancho and you can attend Liberty. So 1 high school in Henderson and 1 in the middle of the city. So the difficulties that the deaf students face, you know what? Hold on. Let me start with you. You're a teacher. And you identify with your students, you teach them, and then when you have an interpreter in your room, or you have a tutor in your room or a signing aid in your room, you always had somebody in the room that could help you communicate with the student that had the hearing loss, correct?
That's correct.
So, and sometimes they would use a tutor or a signing aid as an interpreter. That is a problem. These children are not being provided sign language interpreters to facilitate communication. They use tutors, they use signing aids, they use whoever they have available. And this is not your fault. This is not any teacher's fault. Any teacher assumes that another adult in the room is qualified and is supposed to be there for that student. Some things are a violation of the IEP plan. The IEP may have support services. It says a tutor, it might say a signing aid, it might say a sign language interpreters, but all of those professionals provide different roles. CCSD will conveniently put them all into one role, and you might not have somebody who is skillfully relaying communication to your student in your classroom. And within an IEP meeting, you may have been asked to go into one and ask how the student is doing. And that you as a teacher might have to say, well, let's ask the interpreter. They're the ones who know. So you can see how a teacher would not even be responsible for their education. They're giving it to the other professional in the room. So that may be an example of some of the things that the deaf students are facing. So that's an example of one of 100 issues. But again, CCSD has already violated multiple IEPs, IDEA. They want to put students in a 504 plan instead of an IEP just to avoid all the mandates that would be in an IEP. And the second thing I would add to that is there is not enough qualified educational interpreters. Interpreters have to be registered with the state of Nevada, and so we have a small pool of interpreters that are qualified to interpret, and so that registry does have a list of them, but it's very limited. So for example, there's one class that doesn't have an interpreter. There are 4 students in the class, and each student has an iPad with a VRI interpreter that comes on there in the classroom, and the 4 students are supposed to, so 4 students, 4 iPads, and they're staring at an iPad all day. So it's like they are forever trapped in what would be pandemic type situations. We're using access on a Zoom or an iPad. For a child that's deaf, they're not giving the equivalent services of the hearing students in your classroom. It's not the same.
Chair Spearman.
And this is a WIOMA officer. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is Eric Wilcox for the record. I was going to ask the chair if I could address the Assemblyman's question as well. My daughter is a student in Washoe County schools, not in Clark County, so my experience is more here. But I did want to make the point that a lot of what Shelley is describing is really describing the situation statewide. So one overarching point is that there's really only one option for education for a deaf child. There's really just mainstream. So the only option is to put the kid in their mainstream school. In Washoe County schools, there is a deaf ed program, so you don't necessarily go to your neighborhood school, you go to the school that has the deaf ed program in it. But it's still what we call a mainstream educational experience. So there's no option for a deaf school or a deaf school-like experience in the state of Nevada. And then just the lack of expertise that I mentioned before. So in the elementary school and the middle school in Washoe County, for example, there are teachers of the deaf who are quite knowledgeable. There are a handful of itinerant teachers of the deaf who sort of float around the district visiting schools, kids that are in neighborhood schools. But at the high school, for example, there is not a competent teacher of the deaf. There used to be, but she left and they didn't replace her with somebody who was competent. And in the rural areas, we find some of the school districts have literally no expertise at all. They have interpreters that are not up to the standard expected of an educational interpreter. They have teachers of the deaf, or they don't have a teacher of the deaf, or if they even do have a teacher of the deaf, it's somebody who's not terribly experienced. They have speech and language pathologists who have no experience serving kids who are deaf. And so these problems are essentially statewide. Thank you.
This is Obioma Officer for the record. As a state worker, I appreciate all of the feedback as to what's happening in the community. I know that the more we have people come to our town halls, that there are experiences that are shared of individuals with names of the schools, where this is happening, the professionals that they're dealing with. It's targeted information. So please know that you're welcome to come to any of those town halls in order to work with the community and get more information and have an in-depth discussion. And we will have an engagement conference December 13th and 14th of this year. The dates may change slightly, but we will have a conference towards the end of the year to have an in-depth conversation about the concerns about what's going on in our state and how we can make those changes so that when we have Deaf Day again at the legislation for 2025, we have more information to bring to the table. So again, these are not just isolated incidents. These are not just one person had an experience. It's a collection of experiences within a community for lack of services within the state of Nevada for constituents who are here in Nevada.
Senator Dondarello.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too am a teacher. I retired after 30 years of teaching elementary school and also being a librarian. My question to you is, we've identified a lot of problems, and I taught at a couple schools, well, several schools, that had a sundry of programs, if you will. You know, we had a autistic classroom, we had a deaf classroom, we had several different classrooms at some of the schools I was at. We've identified some of the problems. So I guess as a legislator, I would like to know what the solution is. In other words, what legislation do we need to pass? We don't run the school district. So what, although it's a thought, what can we do to pass legislation that will help these children? And not that I'm not concerned about the older kids, but we all know that the sooner we catch these kids, the better the outcome is. So what can we do to help you legislatively? Is there some kind of policy that needs to be passed?
This is Eric Wilcox, for the record. That's a great question, and the short answer is that we're still in the process of trying to figure out how to distill what we're hearing into specific legislative asks. And that's a challenge for us because none of us are professionals in public policy. Let me say that something I mentioned before, but I wanted to reiterate, which I think is relevant to this, is that there is no expertise at the top. So there is nobody in the Department of Education in the state of Nevada that has, to my knowledge, any understanding or any knowledge about language acquisition for deaf kids or education of deaf kids. And so I think, and I've heard this from many people, that until there is some recognition and some expertise at the top, that we may never see real improvement. And this extends down to the school districts as well. As I mentioned, there are some knowledgeable people at the ground level working in classrooms with kids. There aren't enough of them. And the teacher shortage that we hear about nationwide is a contributing factor to that. So a lack of difficulty finding teachers that are competent to hire and bring into Nevada is a problem. Although we have also heard complaints about, for example, districts not advertising to hire a live interpreter when they are using a video interpreter, and the implication being that it's just cheaper and easier for them to buy an iPad than to hire, make the effort to hire a live person. But beyond the classroom, as far as I know, I have not yet met an administrator at one of the school districts who really has any knowledge or competence in this topic area. So it's not just the Department of Education, it's at the school district level as well. And as I alluded to earlier, the teachers in the classroom who do have some experience don't really feel empowered to use it. They feel like they're told how to do their job by people who don't understand how to do the job. I wish I had a better answer for you, and maybe my colleagues have some other things to say, but I would say that we need some help in understanding how we can affect real change with regard to education in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, and then I'll chime in here.
This is Shelley Freed for the record. I worked for the state of California. I worked at the residential school for the deaf in Riverside, California. I do see a few differences in the approach of education here in the state of Nevada. I talked with 2 senators last year, and I will share with you what I shared with them. I think there should be regionalization of school. So a Las Vegas day school in Nevada, where we have an elementary, middle school, high school, or in different parts of the state that provide services within that school for 0 to 5 when it comes to deaf and hard of hearing for language. Different role models that are working within that school that are deaf adults. And then you would need less school staff if you were to put them all together instead of separate programs or putting them all over the state, but rather having these day schools in different locations, having high school students and work with our elementary school students. You would call it a big community in a small town, right? So you've got a day school that has all grade levels. And so maybe Las Vegas and Reno could each have one, something along those lines. And then transportation. Transportation is another challenge our deaf kids face. So I know that financially speaking, it's smarter if we do regional schools. If a residential school would be, I mean, you're talking about a big chunk of funds to do something like a residential school. But if you have schools based on the region and all of the deaf students come together, you would in essence save funds as opposed to keeping them in all separate programs all over the state with substandard services.
Thank you. Yes, I understand what you're saying because I've been around long enough that I remember when we started putting kids in separate schools along the way. And part of that was because I have to tell you, we had parents who did not want their children going across town because in Las Vegas, we happen to have a huge geographic area. So, in fact, I just the other day was talking to a father who had a very disabled, nonverbal son. And he was actually upset because his son was being bused to a program not close to their house. And he was struggling with why he couldn't go right to the school next to him. And sometimes, while I understand that even as a parent of children who don't have these disabilities, it's unfortunately becomes a cost issue or sometimes an isolation issue. You wouldn't want one child at a school. You want those children to have support services. And I say that, as I said, not only as a mother, but as a long-time teacher who worked with a lot of different children. I guess that what I don't know, and so I'll have to do some research, so I'll have to find out from the state superintendent what we have there. I'll have to find out from some of the school districts what we have there and start to marry some of the expertise. I know that we have interpreters at all the public meetings, for example, but do those transfer in down to the schools? And I agree with you that we don't have enough professionals, right? We don't have enough teachers. And then on top of that, we don't have enough teachers for the deaf, for the blind, for autism, whatever. We have tried to help with some of the licensing so that people who want to move here don't have so many barriers. We've developed a compact so that if you are in the military and your husband or wife is transferred or your significant other is transferred here, your licensing adventure isn't as hard and we can slip you into a classroom. So we are working on some things, but I welcome you to reach out to me so that we can work on this together. We can't just produce people, but maybe we can find some better solutions around our state or better policy pieces to help remedy the situation a little bit. And so thank you for being here and thank you for all you've done.
And this is Obioma for the record, Obioma officer for the record. Thank you excuse me, let's start that again. The interpreter got herself a little messed up. I have heard from different people within the community and from different members of this committee